never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's that time once again. Here we go. Look at there, Monday. Yeah, what are we there? 22nd day of March coming on here. 3/22 of 21. And just like that, we close out another weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. If you get a weekend, if not, well, it's just another day. And, of course, as we get things underway on a Monday, you start things off with our little educational session. Joel Morrow will be joining us here as our first guest of the week here shortly. And, of course, in recent weeks, we've talked about how to maximize fuel efficiency. Last week, we kind of focused on treating your fuel, treating your oil, how to get optimal performance. I think we're going to learn a bit about engines tonight. Should be educational, should be informative. Now, I know some of you are longtime veterans out there, and maybe you think you know it all, but I think we could all learn something. Guaranteed there's a whole heck of a lot I don't know about engines and whatnot. But let's start things off here with a look at our travelers' weather around the country. It was definitely kind of a roller coaster ride over the weekend. Had some very, very chilly, frosty overnight conditions. Then finally Sunday, we started warming things up here in the Ohio Valley. It is downright pleasant out there tonight. No breeze. Everything's absolutely still, very quiet. And for the most part, as I look at the eastern third of the country, that's about what we see. You've got to get all the way up into northeastern portions of Minnesota, maybe the northernmost reaches of Wisconsin. We're seeing a bit of rain. Yeah, it's not frozen precip, just plain old rain. because the warmer temperatures have made it all the way up into that region. Yeah, another little batch of light rain over west central and northwestern portions of Kansas, southwestern Nebraska. They get back into Colorado, and yeah, there is a little bit of snow there. Some light snow falling in the Denver area. Matter of fact, that's the one region of the country where we do have some advisories for some wintry precip tonight, in the form of actually winter storm warnings. It's not very widespread. The heavier snow is going to be south of Denver, down towards, say, west of Lyman, over toward Woodland Park, Colorado, and winter storm warnings kind of end back toward Leadville. The surrounding areas, though, you do have winter weather advisories for Denver direct, winter weather advisories from Aspen to Buena Vista, down to Carson City. Winter weather advisories all the way down to Trinidad, Colorado. It's not a very widespread area, but kind of accumulations are we talking about? All right, and the winter storm warning areas, that's in effect till the noon hour Mountain Time Monday. You're going to see some pretty heavy snow accumulations on the order of 6 to 12 inches, they tell us, and some locally higher amounts possible on the northeastern facing slopes, and winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. Yeah, the wet mountains will be seeing some of that heavy snow. Northern El Paso County, you're also looking on the order of 5 to 10 inches of snow, some locally higher amounts. Travel's going to be difficult. Yeah, that includes like the Pikes Peak area. I jumped out of the Weather Service office there in Denver. Rapidly changing conditions have been occurring during the late afternoon hours on Sunday. Some bands of heavier snow over the Front Range, the foothills, the adjacent plains, and the Palmer Divide. Yeah, still roadways mostly wet. Now, this is going back several hours ago. Snowfall in the mountains has mainly been light with wet roads, but snow becoming more widespread through the evening hours and the overnight hours. For the Front Range of Colorado and the adjacent plains, you will see some icy, slushy, snow-packed conditions developing on roadways. Be wary of the elevated surfaces. Be prepared for changing weather conditions. So again, where the winter storm warning remains in effect, snow possibly heavy at times, 4 to 12 inches in the foothills and east of the Eisenhower Tunnel. The mountains of Summit County, the Mosquito Range, the Indian Peaks, the Southern Front Range foothills. Travel could become difficult, so be aware in that part of the country. Now, again, aside from that, it's about what we've got, the extent of it. If we head out toward the far west, you've got some winter weather advisories for the higher elevations of western Washington and northwestern Colorado. Some winter weather advisories toward the chimney of Idaho, and a few advisories that northeastern corner of Nevada, central Nevada, just a few counties with, again, winter weather advisories for those areas. After last week's multi-day severe weather outbreak, hammering areas from Texas to the Carolinas, we saw that trail of damage last week. Forecasters were already monitoring the potential for flooding and maybe additional rounds of severe weather in some of the same areas this week. After a below-average number of tornadoes in the first couple of months of this year, conditions are coming together for what looks to be a pretty active spring. Spring officially arrived over the weekend, by the way, Saturday morning. Now, the parent storms that's forecast to trigger downpours and maybe severe thunderstorms this week will continue to shift from the Pacific Northwest into the Rockies. While in the Rockies, we're going to see what we were just talking about, some of that accumulating snow across Colorado and maybe parts of Utah. A strong jet stream forecast to dip from the Rockies into the central U.S. through the middle of this week certainly means at least some risk for severe weather returns to the south central and southeastern states. The dip in the jet stream is going to allow that cold air from the storm in the Rockies to clash with that surge of warm air across the eastern half of the country that's been building over the weekend. That's going to produce some thunderstorms. Again, we'll start across northern Texas, Oklahoma, and maybe even western parts of Arkansas and Missouri by later on Monday afternoon and Monday evening. These storms likely to produce some drenching thunderstorms, some travel disruptions, but also the potential for some localized severe weather. Damaging wind gust would be in the mix. Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, Little Rock. You need to pay attention to the forecast over the next several days. Downpours could drench the area, along with the chances for some more tumultuous conditions. By Tuesday, that storm's going to lift northward, reaching into parts of the Midwest. The potential for some snow in the northern plains. Meanwhile, in the south, another round of rain and thunderstorms for the lower Mississippi River Valley there. Behind the storm, another storm is going to be moving through the Rockies, bringing more snow showers Tuesday. Wednesday, that storm then moves into eastern Texas and Louisiana. Another round of rain, and again, the threat possibly for more severe weather. Plenty of moisture from the Gulf is going to flow northward into the southern portions of the country, so that could make travel difficult at times along I-10 and other roadways later Tuesday, on through Wednesday and even Thursday. That continuous flow of Gulf moisture could lead to what they call the training of thunderstorms. Showers over the same areas round after round. That's going to increase the flood threat for eastern Texas and Louisiana and on over through Mississippi. Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, on up into Georgia, Tennessee, and the southern Appalachians of North and South Carolina. The city of New Orleans could be particularly susceptible if repeated downpours hit that area. Now, in addition to the flooding threat, it's possible the severe weather threat may extend as far west as central Texas to as far east as the Carolinas as we look toward the middle and latter portions of this week. Some areas that were struck by fierce winds, large hail, flash flooding, and even some tornadoes. Some were rated as EF2 in some of the hard-hit states like Alabama last week. You may once again face some of those risks of damaging thunderstorms. Right now, AccuWeather forecasters believe the threat for widespread severe weather is going to be less than what we were facing last week. But the coverage and the intensity this week is probably going to hinge on the overall strength of the storms and the amount of cloud cover in the zone where those storms are forecast to erupt. For example, if you have an extensive shield of clouds, it's going to limit the daytime heating. That would probably reduce the number and the strength of the storms. Cloud cover was believed to be one suppressing factor to the severe weather last week across the South. Even with that, though, more than 24 tornadoes touched down. All right, so we're going to be looking at areas that see, if you get a lot of sunshine, if the sun pops out, really starts to warm things up, destabilizing the atmosphere. Now, of course, we had some chilly water on the Gulf that cooled the air above. That kind of limited the thunderstorm development, but the Gulf water temperatures are pretty much fully recovered by early this week, and they're now generally climbing several degrees above average for this portion, the middle and latter portions of March. Surface temperatures ranged from the low to mid-60s along the upper and western portions of the coast up into the lower 80s just west of Cuba last week. You got warmer water present in the Gulf of Mexico. Storm systems moving across the U.S. now can more easily pull in more of that warm, humid air, and that's going to swell across the south-central states up from the Gulf. All right, since the Gulf of Mexico temperatures have climbed pretty much back to where they would be, the tornado trend is going to spring towards more average levels. That means more people are going to be at risk for damaging thunderstorms as we officially move into spring over the coming weeks. This time of year, the other weather elements may also play a role in the severe weather. When you get into late March through April and May, you typically see a substantial increase in the number of severe weather and tornado incidents. More sunshine, warmer weather, and strong weather systems, and a very strong jet stream left over from the winter months. So that's the kind of stuff we're going to have to continue to monitor in the coming days and coming weeks, again, as we officially roll into spring. I guess it was a big weekend in the sporting world for some. With the whole March Madness thing. I'll be honest, I haven't paid a whole heck of a lot of attention to what's going on with the March Madness. Just a few games I had all but forgotten that was actually going on, but I guess there had been some pretty big upsets. Ohio State was one of those big-time upsets over the weekend, right? Ohio State ranked at, seeded at number 2, lost to a 15 seed. I know that does not happen very often in March Madness, right? A 15 defeating the number 2. Oral Roberts University took down Ohio State over the weekend. That's one of the big upsets that I saw had transpired there. Then, of course, I was looking forward to, we were talking on Friday morning show, all the racing action. I was anticipating checking out some of the great dirt track racing with some of the best late model drivers in the country participating on the dirt there in Bristol. And got off the program Friday morning, so I started scouting around Bristol Speedway. Where can you tune in? How can you watch? Either via social media or surely it's going to be on TV somewhere. And it was kind of exclusively on something called like XR Plus Racing. So I pulled that up. It's like $39.95 a month for a racing channel. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's, $500, nearly $500 a year just to watch dirt track racing. I had just purchased the Flow Racing a few weeks ago. I said, you know what? I guess I'll just have to go back and watch some of that racing action if it shows up on something like YouTube or whatever. So I'm not going to fork over that kind of money. I've already got cable programming with all those channels, so you can. It's everywhere you tune nowadays. Everybody wants another. We want a few bucks. We want a few bucks. A few bucks, yeah, that's $12 a month, like Flow Racing. $40 a month. I'm like, whatever. But I digress. All right, yeah, bitch, right? Well, hope you had a good weekend, and I know that some of our listening friends did send me messages that they were actually, one guy was like, hey, it's going to be cheaper for me. We're going down and we're going to watch the racing in person. I think it was like $50 or whatever for a ticket each day or whatever to get in. And yeah, you could pay $50 to see it live or $40 to watch it on TV. Hope you enjoyed some good racing there. All right, let's jump right into it. There's our old pal, Joel Morrow. Morrow on Mondays. How we doing there, Joel?
I'm doing really good, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Did you check out? Are you a sports fan? Did you catch any of the March Madness over the weekend or any of that stuff?
Yeah, I caught up on my sleep. I had a busy week all week, and when I got home, I was ready to lay down. So I didn't see much of it. I do like to watch basketball, though. I just couldn't keep my eyes open.
I understand that. Yeah, after a long week out there on the road, so. Yeah, well, we're back here on a Monday. We appreciate you joining us. I think you were, tuned in there when I first started the program. They're talking about, like last week we were talking about the need for treating your fuel, treating your oil, and all the different products, especially in particular with Hot Shot Secret. And we've talked in recent weeks how to get the premium fuel economy out of your truck because it's all about the bottom line. The more miles per gallon you can get, the more money you can make. Looks like you've got, what are we going to be learning about engines? Is that kind of what we're going to be discussing here for this Monday?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at some just basic concepts of the diesel engines and kind of looking at how we used to approach things and what worked in the past versus what we're doing today. And to really understand, traditional gearing that we done in the past and the whole down-sped powertrains they're doing today, we need to understand some basic information about the engine to really kind of get our minds around this and understand why we're seeing gear ratios and transmission combinations that we're seeing today and really understand how to make them work and maybe understand some of the limitations of the traditional gearing versus today's downsped gearing. So I just want to touch some points so everybody kind of has a base idea of why these things work the way they do.
So we're kind of, I mean, in essence, are we really going to be, are we talking to likes the owner-operators kind of thing with the...
Sure. Owner-operators, maybe an owner-operator has an older truck. He's thinking about upgrading, and, he's kind of nervous about the fuel efficiency and the productivity aspect of it. Maybe if he kind of understands his older engine and how it was designed to work versus how the newer ones are designed to work, they have a little bit more comfort, making the move possibly to a newer engine. A guy that wants to sit down and maybe spec out a new truck, or perhaps he wants to go in and take his old truck and wants to make some modifications and changes and is trying to figure out what's the right gear ratio. Maybe he wants to go from a 10-speed to an 18-speed transmission. So understanding all the basics really helps us make better decisions that actually drive profits to the bottom line.
I'm guessing in trucking, there's no such thing as one size fits all. One operation may want a totally different, what would you call it, spec for an engine versus a different segment of the trucking. You want to break some of that down. I mean, if you're doing a lot of long haul, I guess, do you want a different setup than you do if you're doing more like local or regional kind of stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Every segment, every operation, every load is unique. And so what you're really trying to do when you're speccing the truck is make it as adaptable and as versatile as possible. Some people just want to focus on efficiency. And on paper, that works really great. But in the real world, we need to be able to adapt to different weights, different terrains, different temperatures, environmental factors, wind, rain, snow, and those types of things. So adaptability is very important when speccing the truck. And then just like you described, the different duty cycles out there, if you know that this truck is only going to be in a regional duty cycle, and say it's going to operate within, 150 miles of St. Louis, you may see a different spec than a truck that's running from Los Angeles to Charlotte, North Carolina. Mm-hmm. There's different things you have to take into consideration, but it all boils back down to understanding the basics of how the engines work and understanding the differences in the individual engines from the different manufacturers. And it all goes back to the basics, just like, when you were in Little League, everybody talked about getting the basics right. Same thing applies here. Let's understand the basics, and then we can start to apply it to more advanced things as we go.
So where's a good starting point? Where shall we begin? What do you think?
I think the easiest thing to start out with is just, what is horsepower?
Okay.
And horsepower and torque, we all talk about it. We all say, well, I've got X amount of horsepower and X amount of torque. Torque and horsepower are intertwined. And horsepower just refers to the power an engine produces. It's calculated through the power needed to move 550 pounds, 1 foot in 1 second. And this is basically back in the steam engine days, they hooked a horse up and run a rope over a pulley, and they were picking up 550 pounds with 1 horse, and they done some calculations, and that's how they arrived at what horsepower is. Horsepower is the rate at which work is done. It's more about speed. Torque is the force applied to do the work. So they're interconnected. You cannot have horsepower without torque, or vice versa. So torque, I guess one of the easiest way to look at it is the pickle jar that your wife has you open. So you grab that pickle jar and she tries to twist it, and she's putting force on it, she's putting torque on it, but that lid's not moving. So there's no horsepower there. It's just all torque, even though there's no movement. When you grab the pickle jar and open it and you spin the lid, now you have horsepower and torque. So the faster that lid spins, the higher the horsepower.
Okay.
So just kind of an easy way to look at how the two are connected. And it's important as we go through the list of things that we need to understand just to have the basic understanding of what is torque and what is horsepower. So then the next thing we need to touch on is we all talk about the displacement of our engines. And, we've been taught that bigger is better. So the displacement of an engine is just the swept volume of the pistons inside the cylinder. And displacement has an impact on power and fuel efficiency. And there's a calculation that you do for displacement. Pi divided by 4 times bore squared times stroke times the number of cylinders. That gives you the displacement of your engine. We're all familiar with the 13-liter engines, the 15-liter engines, the 16-liter engines, the 11-liter engines on the smaller side. So we've all got a fairly good idea of what we're talking about displacement, but how does displacement affect your operation? And it's really changed over the years. Back in the day, we had to have that 15 or 16-liter engine to produce a lot of horsepower. Today, we're getting the same types of horsepower and torque out of a 13-liter engine. And so there's benefits to the smaller engine in terms of overall durability and efficiency while still maintaining our productivity if we gear things right. So it's important to understand how displacement impacts the efficiency. And there's several other things that we need to touch on here as well. We have to understand, for people that don't know what the bore is, that's simply how big around is the bore that the piston rides in. Again, in the past, we were always taught, bigger is better. And we can kind of talk about why that may not be the case so much anymore. The other very important part that we need to learn about is the stroke length. And again, bigger is always better, or longer in this case is better. And that may not be the case anymore. So there's pros and cons to a longer stroke engine. And so we need to understand what the differences are and what has changed over the years to maybe we need to look at or reevaluate. Do I really want that long stroke big bore engine? Is it the most efficient to get my job done in today's environment? So those are some of the things I want to touch on.
Okay. I'm guessing there's obviously if you go out and a lot of this kind of sounds Greek to me, but I know if I'm going to try to purchase a V8 engine, because I'm going to have more horsepower, more giddy up and go. Yeah, I know in this day and age, you're getting a lot more power out of your V6s. And now, more and more, you've got even 4-cylinder engines in mid-sized automobiles. There's a cost difference, I'm assuming. Is that one of the primary factors you're looking at? If you're looking at a 13 versus, what is it, a 15 or 18, whatever?
Sure. There is a cost difference, and there's also a weight difference. So the 13-liter engine, 13 and 15 are the two that are really popular out on the market right now, and we're seeing a lot more 13-liter engines come in. And a lot of times owner-operators are resistant to the idea of going to a smaller engine. I think we always equate long-term durability with the displacement of an engine, which is not necessarily accurate. We can get into that, but not only do we save weight out over the front axle, so it makes it easier for us to scale loads legally, it allows us to close the gap up between the truck and the trailer for better aerodynamics as well. And there's an efficiency gain. When you have a big displacement engine, you have what we call increased pumping losses and frictional losses, because we just have more contact in that swept area going on. And in the past, we could never get the horsepower and torque out of the smaller engines at a given RPM like we could out of the 15-liter engine. So we were willing to sacrifice some of that, the pumping losses and frictional losses. Today, with the more advanced 13-liter engines on the market, we're getting the same 450 or 500 horsepower that we see out of a 15-liter engine, and in some instances, we're actually seeing more torque and horsepower at lower RPM out of the smaller engine than the 15-liter engine, which plays to the new downsped powertrain concept that all the manufacturers are pushing to increase fuel efficiency.
You've used that term, downsped, a number of times in our conversations in recent weeks. I'm not really fully understanding the downsped. If you have, I guess, an older engine, is there a way to transition to that, or do you have to buy a new engine?
Well, no, any engine can be operated downsped. Some engines will perform better. And when we talk about downsped, a lot of times drivers think slow truck, and it has nothing to do with the speed of the truck. It actually has to do with the speed of the piston in the bore. So when we say downsped, what we really mean is we're managing piston speed, because the slower the piston has to travel in the bore at a given RPM, the more efficient the engine is, because we have less frictional losses inside the engine. So any engine can be run at lower RPM, which means a lower piston speed for that given engine. Some engines let's take 1200 RPM, for example. If we take a long stroke engine like an X15 Cummins, which has a longer stroke and a bigger bore than, say, a D13 Volvo, which has a smaller bore and a shorter stroke, both of them are running 1200 RPM. The piston in that long stroke engine has to move up and down through the cylinder faster for every revolution of the crankshaft, so it has more parasitic loss. Even though they're both turning 1200 RPM, the piston with the longer stroke has to move faster, and that creates more drag inside the engine. So essentially what you're looking at, you may have, say, 50 miles on your truck. You may have 25 miles on the piston on the X15 and only 17 miles on the pistons in the Volvo, because they're moving a little bit slower, even though they're turning the same 1200 RPM. It's kind of tough to get your mind around, but this is the downsped concept, reducing that frictional drag inside the engine to improve fuel efficiency.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get a news break here. A quick time out, and we'll come back with more. I guess when we come back, other terms I hear a lot about is weight per liter. What the heck is that kind of? What is a weight per liter? And they talk about the power curve on an engine. And for our listeners out there, you want to do some engine talk? Joel's going to hang out with us for a bit here. Our number is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Arkansas is set to become the latest state to lift its mask mandate. Plans to lift it at the end of the month. As many other areas of the country are seeing an uptick in new infections, Arkansas has seen its test positivity rate fall below 10% and hospitalizations drop under 200. Governor Asa Hutchinson says that he set goals in order for the mandate to be lifted, and tells CNN that he believes those will be met at the end of the month.
I anticipate that we will lift the mask mandate. I set a goal that if we have low hospitalizations, if we continue to reduce our cases, our positivity rate is low, then we can lift the mask mandate. And so I set some goals, and we're making those goals. So I expect that to be lifted. It's not going to take away from the seriousness of the virus, and that we've got to continue to pay attention.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. All that fun stuff. Some of our listening friends checking in. Good evening, or would it be good morning? Double Trucker checking in from Lodi, Ohio. Good to have you with us, Double Trucker. Bobble Nuts. Howdy, Steve, and everybody out there. It's warmer today in the Northeast. Yes, it is. Hope you enjoy it. Spring is here, you know. It's supposed to be getting warmer. Morning from Florida. Wishing all a pleasant day. That's from Richard. Mary Ann says, happy Monday. Yeah, right. Monday. Happy Monday? Dale, good morning. Good morning to all from Jacksonville, Florida, where it's 57 degrees, kind of rainy and windy. Drivers have a great week this week. Be careful out there. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other. Couple more here. Let's see. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ontario, California. I get the privilege of spending the next couple of days roaming around the land of fruits and nuts. Okay, that's a thrill. Let's see. Dean checking in this morning. My stepson and his wife are skiing in Aspen. Sounds like they may get some good snow there. Yes, that was in our forecast. Yeah, Aspen, Colorado, where they're looking at some, may see a fresh foot of powder by the time they get up Monday morning. Kurt checking in from Evendale, Ohio. Captain Ron checking in from, 57 degrees, drizzle in Wildwood, Florida. Yeah, cool night there in the Sunshine State. All right, our number again is 844-844-3388. Mondays with Morrow. Joel Morrow joins us this morning. Yeah, talking about, I don't know, what we call it, tech talk, whatever you want to refer to it as. We're kind of talking engines this morning. Yeah, the pros, the cons. I always thought the idea was you want that big bore. That they're going to have more power with the big bore. Are you saying with modern technology that you don't necessarily need that anymore?
That's absolutely correct. As we get out to some of the newer turbochargers, new turbo compounding technology, asymmetric turbos, we get a lot more out of the smaller bore engines. We have better power density. So it's surprising how well the smaller engine can do compared to the 15-liter in terms of pulling power and fuel efficiency, and now in terms of durability. And that goes to the weight per liter that you had brought up earlier. And when we start to understand how to use weight per liter and look at the numbers, it's kind of cool to be able to compare a 15-liter engine and a 13-liter engine to get a sense of the durability of both. So when we look at weight per liter, it's just very simply, we are dividing, we're dividing the dry weight of the engine divided by the liters of displacement. And the numbers that you come up with are generally going to fall between 179 pounds per liter all the way up to 210 pounds per liter. And what you're looking for is that heaviest weight per liter. And that's almost never the 15-liter engine. So when you have heavier weight per liter and you're comparing engines and assuming that all the technology of the engines that you're looking at are very similar, that heavier weight per liter suggests more robust componentry inside the engine. So instead of having to take everything apart and look at the connecting rods individually, the crankshaft individually, and all the other parts on the engine, in a generic way, we just look at weight per liter. So in the past, we've always been taught, just like you had mentioned, that bigger displacement means better durability. And that's not necessarily the case. So if you look at today, if you look at let's take a Cummins, let's take the X15. It's coming in at about 197 pounds per liter. And for when I'm speccing trucks for my fleet, I like to get to that 200 pound per liter mark. So it's very close. I mean, it's close. The Volvo D13s that I spec, they come in at about 209 pounds per liter. So we have a 15-liter engine that weighs less per liter than my 13-liter engine. And that's just kind of a generic way that you can look at that and say, okay, there's a difference in displacement, but what about the durability of the engine? And that's just kind of a quick way that you can generically say the durability on this one ought to be pretty good. So it's important for people to kind of understand that. And it's easy to figure. You're just taking the dry weight of the engine and dividing it by liters. And if you're out shopping for trucks or you're looking at used trucks and you want to get a sense for the durability of the engine in the used truck, you can find that information online, the dry weight of the engine and the liters of displacement, and just divide it out. Pretty simple. Back in the day, if you look at this historically and to understand that this holds true, when you looked at, and a lot of the older guys will remember the 3176 Cats or the M11 Cummins, trying to think of another one, 6V92 Detroit, going back to the two strokes, that had very, very low weight per liter. They were down around that 179 pounds per liter mark. And they had durability issues. Those engines weren't known to run, maybe 500,000-600,000 miles, and you were tearing them apart and overhauling them. If you go look at the 11.1 liter Detroit, the 12.7, the N14 Cummins, all those engines were pretty much known to be bulletproof back in the day, and they were all well over 200 pounds per liter. So when you look at that calculation historically among all the different OEMs, it holds up, and it still holds true today when you're out comparing engines. Look at the weight per liter to get an understanding of how durable that engine's going to be.
Weight per liter, okay. Let me share another example. I kind of have to go back to the automobile side where you got the bigger, the V8, V6. Nowadays you got, 4-cylinder engines, the smaller engines that they may be fine and dandy on the straight stretch of roadway, get up to speed and whatnot and keep up with the flow of traffic. But you start, going up the hill, say like at Jellicoe there in Tennessee, just like many of the big trucks. Yeah, some trucks can really just climb that hill with no problem. Yeah, my brother uses the example of, especially in a 4-cylinder these days, even with turbos on them, that thing can't pull a greasy string out of a cat's ass, that kind of a thing. It's like that you don't have the power when you're looking to climb a hill. Are those the same issues you're going to deal with on your big truck?
It can be, and again, you really have to go back to how much does that engine weigh per liter to understand how hard you can push that engine on a pull. So if you have a lighter weight engine, regardless of displacement, the harder you push that engine on a pull, the more likely it is you're going to throw a rod out the side of the block, you're going to move a liner, you're miss you. So when manufacturers make a lighter weight engine, they take all this into consideration, and they'll actually limit or put basements in how low you can pull that engine down, how much horsepower it will produce on the curve down low, typically. So you can run into that, but you can also get a very, very strong engine if it has enough beef to handle that weight. And in a diesel engine, it's typically the bottom end that's the weak point. So you're looking at crankshaft, you're looking at the connecting rods, you're looking at the bearing area on the journals, you're looking at the overlap on that crankshaft. Some manufacturers do a very good job at making a robust bottom end. Other manufacturers are trying to save some weight, so they kind of lighten it up a little bit. So some 13-liter engines will pull really good, others not so much. And it also depends on the technology that's being used to fuel the engine. Just a few years ago, almost every 13-liter engine, just as you described, was kind of weak on the hills. Today, with turbo compounding and asymmetric turbochargers, we can run with the 15 and even 16-liter engines running up hills if the truck is geared right. So there's a lot that you need to understand what's going on here, but there are some very good 13-liter engines, and then there's some kind of weak 13-liter engines out there from just a few years back. Today, most of the 13-liter engines, if geared correctly with the correct parameters in them, pull pretty damn good.
I guess that's a topic we can get back to maybe a bit more later on. Gearing, that's got to be one of the keys there. I want to jump over. I believe we have a listening friend out there. The screener didn't get your name, but who we got on the line? Well, maybe nobody. Says they're there, but...
Hello?
Hey there, who's this?
Hello? That is Midnight Mike.
Midnight
from,
Mike.
Caldwell, Idaho.
Okay, well, the screener thing didn't get your name. Sorry about that, Mike. What's going on this morning?
Oh, long-time listener with you guys and loved it. Used to live in San Diego and got the hiatus and got out of California.
Well, that's probably a smart thing, if you ask me.
Yeah, loving it up here. So I live trucking vicariously. I love listening to your show and hear all your friends that call in. So I just wanted to give you a shout. And
Oh,
you guys
okay.
take care of yourselves.
Just wanted to check in this morning. Okay, well, that's absolutely fine. Good to have you tuned in. Thanks for being a part of the show, and don't be a stranger.
Okay. All right, Steve. Take care of yourself.
Thank you so much. Happy Monday. There you go. All right. Let's move over to have we touched on the power curve? I mean, do engines have like unique power curves, and what's the impact on how we should drive the truck,
Absolutely.
I guess?
Absolutely. So when you start to look at power curves, and especially today, it used to be that all engines, they started to produce peak torque at right around 1,200 pound-feet or 1,200 RPM. They would make between 15 and 1,700 pound-feet of torque, and they made peak horsepower at 2,100 RPM, and they would make anywhere from 375 to 500 horsepower, and everybody had virtually the same type of power curve. It looked very similar, and as such, we drove all engines virtually the same. It didn't really make any difference, and not much difference if you got into a N14 or a 12.7 Detroit or even into one of the bigger cats. They would all drive similarly. They didn't necessarily have the same power, but they would, you revved them up to the similar RPM. Your shift points were very similar. They were close. Today, that is not the case with the influx of European engines coming over. The Europeans kind of pioneered the whole downsped concept, and as such, we've got engines that make a whole lot of torque and horsepower early in the curve, and then we've got the more traditional engines still on the market that make a lot of horsepower and torque on the backside of the curve, so at higher RPM. And Cummins really exemplifies this with theirs, where they have the X15 Performance today, which is geared more traditionally or powered more traditionally. I think it goes up to 605 horsepower, and it's making it all on the backside, what I call the backside of the power curve at higher RPM. This is great for pulling power, but it really hurts you in terms of efficiency, because now we're talking high RPM. Goes back to the piston speed thing we were talking about. Pistons are really moving. It's a long stroke engine. The combustion in the cylinder takes time to occur, and when those pistons are moving really fast, you start to overrun the combustion event, and this is why you tend to see some emissions problems with engines that run at higher RPM all the time. In the case of the new Detroit, the DD15 or the Volvo D13, we're making, even though our total horsepower is lower, we're making more horsepower at lower RPM than the traditionally geared truck or the traditional power band that's making 600 horsepower way out top. And this is important when it comes to fuel efficiency and productivity. Again, how you gear the truck to take advantage of that. This is why on some of the trucks we're seeing gear ratios like 226, 216, 205, even 195 through direct drive and overdrive transmissions to kind of leverage the horsepower and torque at the lower RPM. And why we still see the traditionals, with the 18 speed with the 355 or the 370s or the 308s, those get matched up with like the Cummins Performance Series, where it makes RPM at a higher range, or makes horsepower at a higher RPM range. So there's two different types of power bands or power curves that we're dealing with, and if the driver doesn't understand the difference, especially on a downsped truck, he simply overdrives the power band where the power's made. He gets too high in the RPM range where there's no horsepower and torque being produced, and the truck feels really laggy, and it doesn't really want to get out of its own way, and it's really horrible to drive. There's no doubt. Understanding if we keep it a little bit lower, that engine in the RPM range, the engine's a little bit stronger, is important for the driver to understand to make them type of engines work.
Boy, if I'm looking to purchase a truck, who do you sit down with, or where do you go? I mean, if you go to a dealership, do they know how to make these kind of recommendations to you? Or?
Some of them do. Some of them understand. And this is why we're really starting to see the proprietary drive lines with the vertical integration, because this stuff is very complex and very complicated. You know, it used to be we'd go out and say, I want a Cat, and I want an 18-speed, and I want 370 rears. Didn't really make any difference if it was a Spicer transmission or if it was an Eaton. Didn't make any difference if the rears were Meritors or if they were Danas. You know, they all kind of worked the same. They all kind of drove the same. There wasn't that much difference between them. Detroit Diesel really started this trend when they came out with the 12.7 or really even the 11.1 liter 60 series, where they really started to leverage the idea that smaller displacement has less parasitic drag and pumping losses and increases fuel efficiency. And the 12.7 back in the day really stood out. I mean, fuel efficiency wise, it was very, very hard to beat. Cat and Cummins really had to try to play catch up, and that's when Volvo came into the market, and they really brought the downsped technology into being. And when you're looking at fuel efficiency, there's just no question that downsped engines are more fuel efficient. Drivers don't always like to drive them, and in certain cases, I can't blame them. They have to be geared right with the correct parameters, and if you're using an automated manual transmission, that also has to have the correct parameters in it, or they're very frustrating to drive. When you have them right, they're very fast trucks that are very fuel efficient, and they do surprisingly well on the hills. Up until this point, just like you're mentioning, a lot of dealers, they didn't get it right, and the specs, if they weren't spot on perfect, drivers would be disappointed with the performance, no doubt about it. Traditional gearing is a little less, it's a little more flexible in terms of that you can be off a little bit here and there, and you really don't notice it, but the fuel efficiency is not there. So from a driver standpoint, it drives okay, but you're getting killed fuel efficiency wise. Just the opposite with downsped. The fuel efficiency probably hangs there, but to drive it kind of sucks. You know, it just does. And so really you need to get that right. And that's what this is kind of all about. What do I need to understand to make a decision whether I'm buying a used truck or a new truck to get this right?
Okay. Let me jump over to Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Yeah, I that C-15 Caterpillar in a 900 Kenworth. I'm sorry. I mean, it was just a joy to drive. The horsepower. Sometimes these chips run. You don't know when they load you. You'd have no idea if you're 80 to 90,000. And it's mostly flat down here. But man, I'd hit the bridge going into Savannah, and I mean, I'd run the speed limit, and I'd be passing the guys that were blowing my doors, trying to get to the mill to unload quicker than I was. But I will say at the end of the day, when the Kenworth, after my boss died, the Kenworth had to go down the road, and I'm driving this fishbowl Colombian Freightliner with a Mercedes. And I'm telling you, I'm miserable in this thing. I'm probably putting anywhere from 8 gallons less in diesel running the same run every single day, and my boss is clapping his hands happy. But I'm miserable because I'm having to love to get over any kind of a bridge. Thank God I live in the flatlands. But right now this thing acts up, and nobody seems to know what it is. They've had it on computers, everything. Listen, I'll be going down the road, and I can't get it up to 45 miles an hour. I mean, I cannot even get it up to speed. I'll have to pull it over on the side of the road, shut it off, fire it back up, and then I'm good to go to maximum speed of 64 miles an hour. So, yeah, I've been in this thing 1 year. I normally take pictures of my truck, put them on Facebook. I ain't got no pictures of this thing on Facebook. I sort of back up to it, and I sort of sneak away from it. I park it in the back of my yard behind the trees. You know what I'm saying? But
I hear you.
When you get these trucks, my boss gets them used. Hey, we bang them up, deer running at night and running in and out of the woods, and they get pushed. They get banged up pretty much. But it just, all I'm saying is all this computer stuff is driving me crazy. I know they're going to have to I'm unscheduled to get in on a computer. A guy claims he knows how to fix my problem. I don't know if he does or not. But, buddy, all this computer stuff, when the trucks get 3, 4, 5 years old, it gets doggone expensive. We're talking $2,500 to just do this, try to get this thing up and running right again. So I just sort of wondered, at the end of the day on profitability, that old Caterpillar I used to run just blows my door and leaves me in the dust, and it's just a raw Caterpillar. So I don't know. That's my opinion.
Yeah, what you're saying, there's a lot of truth to what you're saying, and understand that Mercedes-Benz engine, that was one of the early true downsped engines that came over from Europe, and it was very European, and a lot of the operating parameters and stuff carried over. Literally, the translation wasn't correct on a lot of the stuff, so they had a very, very hard time getting that thing programmed correct. I had a fleet of them at one point. I think I had 15 of them. You're correct. They didn't have a whole lot of torque. They didn't have a whole lot of horsepower down low, and they were designed to run down low. So they were dogs to drive. The fuel efficiency was decent. So if you had an application where you were running lighter loads, they weren't all that bad. In an application like yours, I feel your pain, brother. I mean, it's not a great engine to drive, that particular engine for that particular duty cycle.
In other words, you mean I got to learn how to cuss in German?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you got it. It's
right, buddy,
designed for a European duty cycle, and it didn't perform up to expectation over here.
Well, don't they have hills in Germany?
Well, they do. They do, and they have some big monster engines over there, but it seems like we got the smaller ones that they were just running around town with, and they didn't bring, the big iron over here until the DD15, until the redesign of the 60 Series Detroit. So the DD15, that is essentially that Mercedes on steroids with a lot of an Americanization going on. A lot of the ideas, I think, transferred off that Mercedes engine into the DD15, which is a pretty decent running engine.
Well, don't use oil. It don't leak. Other than that, yeah, it's not fun to drive, and it's been a year. So, I try not to complain too much because it puts food on my table, and it makes my boss happy. So,
yeah, it'll do that. It'll make the back office happy, but you as a driver, yeah, like I said, I feel your pain. And a lot of what I'm talking about is, and by the way, when you look at the weight per liter on that engine, it's way down on the scale. It comes in at, I think when I done that, it was like 188 or 89 pounds per liter. So it's not a really robust engine where they could just pour the horsepower to it without the thing coming apart.
Yeah, there you go. All right, buddy, we're going to sit back in the rocking chair and copy the mail. Really appreciate your talking to me.
Good to have you with us. Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. All right, we got to get a news update here from our friends at USA Radio News. Hey, you want to jump on board, chat with Joel? He's with us for another hour at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is spending millions on hotel rooms as it struggles to deal with the influx of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Axios reporting that the administration has signed an $86 million contract with hotels in Texas and Arizona to house about 1,200 migrants. On Sunday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blamed the Trump administration for the surge of asylum-seeking unaccompanied minors, saying they dismantled the system for asylum claims. But Senator Shelley Moore Capito says the majority of Americans don't care about blame. The West Virginia Republican tells Fox News that migrants keep coming because they believe they'll be able to get into the country.
I think they want this situation to get under control. It is not under control. The word is out in the Northern Triangle countries that you're going to be able to get in and stay and sent into the interior of our country if you make it to the border. We're having children crossing long crossings with, who knows, traffickers where families are paying thousands of dollars.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has concluded a meeting with Afghan officials in Kabul. John Clemens reports.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin met with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani in an effort to make a determination if the Taliban had met the necessary conditions for the U.S. to pull troops out of the country by May 1st.
It's obvious that the level of violence remains pretty high in the country. We'd really like to see that violence come down. And I think if it does come down, it can begin to set the conditions for, some really fruitful diplomatic work.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And former President Trump is criticizing the current administration over the border crisis. In a statement Sunday, Trump said his administration handed President Biden the most secure border in history and that the current White House is in over their heads. He also claimed DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas was unfit to lead the department. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Kentucky man has pled guilty to hate crime charges in a double murder. Wendy King has the story from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
A man accused of killing 2 people in what authorities describe as a racially motivated shooting at a Kentucky Kroger has pleaded guilty to federal hate crimes and firearm charges. Gregory Bush, 53 of Louisville, was sentenced on June 24th. He could face life in prison. Bush, who is white, opened fire October 24, 2018, at a Kroger in Jeffersontown, Kentucky. He killed Maurice Stoddard, 69, and Vicki Lee Jones, 67, both of whom are black. Before he went to the grocery store, he allegedly attempted to enter the First Baptist Church of Jeffersontown, whose congregation is predominantly black. Witnesses say he told a man, "Whites don't kill whites," before he was arrested. An attorney for Bush said that he had schizophrenia and he was not medicated on the day of the shootings. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And the second round of the NCAA tournament has begun with another major upset. 8th-seeded Loyola Chicago knocked off the top seed in the Midwest region, Illinois, 71-58. The Ramblers move on to the Sweet 16 for the 5th time in school history. The other number 1 seed in action Sunday, Baylor, had more luck against 9th-seeded Wisconsin, dropping the Badgers 76-63. The Bears move on to the Sweet 16 for the 3rd time in their last 6 tournament appearances. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, we jump back into it on a Monday. Just heard that update there. Another big upset in the NCAA tourney. Yeah, I gotta love it after that first round when people say, man, my brackets are screwed. If you had a top seed, you get knocked out already. I think of all the people that had them going all the way. I mean, they were a top seed, right? So much for that. All right, travelers, weather here, quick like. Despite several days of dry, mild weather for many in the north-central portions of the country, leading up to the official start of spring over the weekend. Yeah, Mother Nature not quite ready to let go of winter just yet. This storm we're talking about developed across the nation's midsection early this week, bringing some of that accumulating snow to the Rockies today. An area of low pressure is going to eject out of the southern Rockies and into the southern plains, where it begins to strengthen. By the time we get into Tuesday, forecasters tell us this storm's going to be able to spread a swath of stormy conditions, as we were talking last hour, for the Gulf Coast to southern Canada, while many across that swath will receive just plain old rain. Some on the northern side in the U.S. and southern Canada, you're going to get the frozen stuff. Cold Canadian air dragging in behind the storm will provide the necessary ingredients for snow across portions of the north-central U.S. Tuesday and Wednesday. So parts of North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, you may begin the day Tuesday with rain. But as that chilly air quickly filters in, you'll see that changeover to a mix of rain and snow. As the cold air continues to be pulled into the storm Tuesday evening, we'll see that full transition to snow for much of Minnesota and portions of southern Canada. Due to the track and the nature of the storm, varying totals possible over short distances, just how long the warm air is able to hang on before that colder air wins out ultimately determines the amount of snow. So in cities like Duluth, where rain's going to mix with snow at times, maybe just a few inches of slushy snow there. But for areas not much further south, where the precipit's expected to be mostly snow, we could be talking half a foot of snow, maybe even more. While the rain is set to begin the transition to snow as early as Tuesday evening for parts of Minnesota, Iowa, and the Dakotas, the snow's going to have a difficult time accumulating initially. It may struggle to stick to the roads and sidewalks at first, as temperatures have been running well above average. So in addition, the greatest likelihood for any periods of heavier snow that could lead to some rapid accumulation, that's probably going to hold off till later Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So the most likely time for slippery travel, it's going to be those that are out early Wednesday, or for maybe the commuters later on in that morning. When the heaviest snow does fall across the Minnesota Arrowhead and into southwestern Ontario, we could be snowfall coming down, bringing whiteout conditions, significantly reduced visibilities. But overall, this storm's not going to produce prolonged travel hazards. So that'd be a good thing. By Wednesday afternoon, road conditions should improve as the snow starts to wind down. And, of course, the strong March sun angle begins the melting process there. Travelers' weather as we get things underway here on a Monday, a brand new week. And we're back with Joel Morrow. Joins us on Monday mornings as we start the weeks out here. So we can get back to, so Chevy Guy, several times in our conversations in recent weeks, you've talked about drivers out there driving a truck that just ain't no fun to drive. And it sounds like he was citing one of those perfect examples where he's not really having a good time doing his job.
Yeah, there's no doubt. If you don't get the spec right on the newer trucks, especially the smaller displacement engines, it can make it miserable for a driver. And what the fleets have to understand is that really contributes to driver turnover. So it really pays the fleet to do the research, or if they can't do the research, to, hire a company like Alpha Drivers to help them do that type of research in order to get that spec right. So the driver's happy behind the wheel. He should be smiling behind the wheel, not dreading to get in the truck. And, the difference is all in gearing and speccing and parameters. And when you do get it right, it's, they're pretty fantastic to drive. The problem up until now is that, we've gone through several different phases of technology or generations of engines. Early on, just like the Mercedes engine that he was driving, it was pretty weak all the way around. There wasn't a lot of upside to that engine when you got it into a heavier haul application. And to be honest, it really wasn't designed for that application. So, was it the best truck to buy, even if it was priced right and used? Maybe, maybe not. I personally wouldn't have bought it. I've had experience with them, not because the engine is junk, just because of the duty cycle that they're running, at between 85 and 95,000 pounds. That engine is not a horse. Great to deliver furniture or something like that, where you have 10,000 pounds in the trailer and really give you some phenomenal results on fuel efficiency. So yeah, he probably, they would have been better off with that bigger engine in that particular application, or one of the newer 13 liters that do put out a lot of horsepower and torque. So yeah, definitely have to get the spec right in order to keep the driver happy if you are a fleet owner. If you're an owner operator, you really, really have to do your homework, because not only will you be facing the prospect of having a truck that you hate to drive, but you're also going to be making the payment on that truck, and potentially, you're going to be dealing with emissions repairs and everything else if you don't get everything right on that truck. So it's critical for an owner operator that wants to go out and buy a new truck to make sure the spec is right, and whoever's helping them should be able to explain why they're doing what they're doing and how it relates to fuel efficiency, productivity, and emission systems durability. And, if the salesperson can't roll that all up for you, you probably need to talk to somebody else. Find somebody, again, like Alpha Drivers, that help people do this type of thing. And so as an owner operator, you really want to understand what you're getting into before you pull the trigger and you drop that $150,000 to $190,000 on a new truck.
So he said they're going to hook it up on, some. What do you think the prospects of their being able to get any more out of that truck? Is it, based on what he explained, is it going to be pretty limited?
Yeah, we had a whole lot of problems when we had them hooking them up. They didn't have the same parameter set that the 60 Series Detroit had. It had some unique things in there that at the time, even the folks at Detroit Diesel who sold that engine didn't really understand what was going on, and they couldn't answer a lot of the questions. They really, really struggled with that, which is unusual for Detroit. They're normally very good with parameters. But again, this was a straight up German engine that they brought over here with very little Americanization on it. And so that engine, when it's right, and it's in the right duty cycle, it performs well. Take it out of the correct duty cycle, or if you have parameters or settings wrong, it's a bear to deal with.
So when you say duty cycle, I'm thinking he's hauling wood chips, is he? And he's I guess he's
heavier.
He's 80.
Yeah.
He said he's 80, maybe 90,000 pounds on any given load. So yeah, that's not the parameters he wants to be in.
And it is not the optimal engine for the duty cycle. Will it get the job done? Yeah, it will. Is that engine going to hold up well over time? Through my experience, no, not at those weights. They have the individual heads on them, and they tend to warp on the deck of the block, and they'll start peeing antifreeze out the side of the block between the head gasket. And then you got to go in and you got to counter bore the bore and set rings, and you got to do all kinds of stuff to make those things work right. And they're kind of a pain in the butt when you really push them hard. In a simpler duty cycle, hauling RVs, delivering furniture, that type of stuff, engine runs fine.
Okay. Well, all those things you just described, I think that's pretty costly sort of things. So in the long run, it may cost him more than he thought. I guess you might have got a bargain on the truck, but you don't want to be pushing it as hard as they're pushing it, because you're going to be buying another engine, right?
That's probably why they got a bargain on it. It's probably in an area where they do, they probably are hauling a lot of wood chips, and it's not ideal for that duty cycle for sure.
Okay. Let me jump over to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey there.
Well, good morning. How are you this morning?
Doing well. How was your weekend?
I had to work like hell, man.
Oh, sorry about that.
I've been doing that trailer trucking deal all weekend.
Yeah, uh-huh.
You know how it is, man. Got to keep America fed. But we sitting ahead to the Marina Del Rey. The fish are jumping in the boat, just committing suicide. And I'm fitting to go down and get my share. I'm taking off all next week.
Oh, boy.
I'm tired of paying for this overpriced diesel fuel, putting up with these overpriced laborers in the truck stops to change tires. I'm going home and chill out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But I did have a question for the guru there.
Okay.
How long you been trucking?
35 years.
We've been out there about the same time. What would you say is the best setup to run a reefer coast to coast?
Coast to coast right now, in my opinion, I can give you a very detailed setup of what I think. Now, I am a Volvo guy. I like the new Volvo. Now listen, and I can explain why.
Okay.
Keep an open mind here, brother. Keep an open mind. So I like I like the new D13 TC, and that's the engine that has the turbo compounding on it, and it's the new technology that has come out. So Volvo has the I-Shift transmission, and they offer it in a 12-speed that everybody's familiar with. And then they also offer it in the heavy-duty variant, which is a 13 and a 14-speed that most people are not familiar with. So I like the 455 1850 D13 TC with a 14-speed I-Shift that has 2 crawler gears and overdrive, a single overdrive. It's a very efficient transmission.
We're talking automatic transmission, right?
This is an automated manual, but when you compare this automated manual to an 18-speed manual transmission, the 14-speed has twice the overall ratio and twice the reduction of the 18-speed in crawler gear. So I have 41.08 to 1 overall reduction in that 14-speed or overall ratio, where the 18-speed has about 19 to 1, overall ratio in it. So this 14-speed transmission's it's a piece of work. It's a very nice transmission, and unfortunately, not many people have heard about it. So it gives you very, very good startability, regardless of what your ratios are in your axle. So what I do is I combine the whole crawler gear overdrive with the TC engine, and the TC engine makes a whole lot of horsepower at low RPM. And then I put a very, very fast axle ratio in this. So I'm running 2.16 ratio axle through an overdrive transmission, which allows me to cruise at 75 mile an hour at 1,050 RPM. So I have very low piston speed, very low parasitic drag, making a whole lot of horsepower down at that 1,050 RPM. In fact, that 13-liter TC, if you compare it to the 500 Cummins, it's making 30 more horsepower and about 200 more pound-feet of torque at the lower RPM ranges, and the transmission and the gearing all leverage that benefit. So the truck pulls hills very well. You can cruise all day at 75 mile an hour, and you're in the mid to high 8 mile a gallon, touching 9 mile a gallon range. A lot of times when you see some of the older engines like the N14 Cummins or the 6NZ Cat, when you're running them that fast with traditional gearing, you're looking at 5.5 to 6.5 miles a gallon. And when you start to pull hills with traditional gearing, as you drop gears, you become gear bound and stuck at a certain speed. And with the super fast gearing that's in the Volvo, I can actually make a downshift at 75 mile an hour from overdrive to direct without losing any speed and gain another 100 horsepower. So I can actually downshift this truck before it's on grade to kind of prime the pump to get it to run up a hill. So it's a fun truck to drive, puts a huge smile on your face. The fuel efficiency is awesome, even at higher speeds. And I think that's the key going into today's operating environment with the high fuel prices you were talking about. They're going to kill a lot of guys. The fuel prices get much higher, and, guys are going to just park their trucks saying, I can't afford to do this. And, when you're getting 6 miles a gallon, it's going to be hard to afford to do it. A guy that's getting 9, he's going to be able to continue to turn a profit and operate. So that's why I do what I do. Obviously, there's a ton of other combinations out there.
I got a question for
Sure.
you. Are you getting that 9 miles a gallon, bucking a 50 mile an hour headwind going well?
Well, nobody's getting 9 miles a gallon bucking a 50 mile an hour headwind, but I will tell you that it will do better than what the traditional gearing and engine will do. Simply because you have to look at piston speed, and this is all physics. So when you're driving a truck that's traditionally geared and you're cruising at 75 mile an hour, close to 1,800 RPM, your piston speed in there is through the roof. Your piston is overrunning the combustion event. So if you do have an emissions truck, it's hard on emission systems, and the fuel mileage is poor because you have all that extra friction from all that extra piston speed. Where I'm cruising at that same speed at 1,050 RPM. So for every 100 RPM drop, you gain 1.25% in efficiency on average. So I have an almost 700 RPM drop. So let's say I get 9 or 10% better. So regardless of what the operating conditions are, on average, I'm going to get at least 10% better fuel efficiency, whether we're both driving into that 50 mile an hour headwind or not.
Well, I was just asking you about that, but
Sure.
there was a thing back in the 80s. I don't know if you were around in the 80s or not, but
Sure.
Caterpillar engineers got together and they went to this trucking company down. I ain't gonna call the trucking company's name, but they red and white. They out of Alabama.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, they went down there and sold them on the idea that they could put 240 Caterpillars in their trucks and run them coast to coast. Coast speed limit was 55 most of it. Well, it started to come up then, but first couple of years in the 80s, and they would get the job done. They done put it on a slide rule and done all this. Yes. Can you imagine
Typical engineer, yeah.
Yeah.
You got engineers sitting in a cubicle looking at a slide rule saying, this makes sense on paper. And this is where I think I kind of bring the advantage over your classical engineer is that, I've been out on the road for 4.5 million miles. I know exactly what you're talking about as a driver. I know exactly the situation you're describing, and I know exactly why the engineers at Caterpillar failed, because none of those guys really drove a truck. They're looking at the stuff on paper and they're saying, oh, this kind of makes sense, our calculations, but they don't understand the variables that are out there. It's a very dynamic situation when you're out there driving truck. And I agree with you 100%. If you don't spec the truck to account for that dynamic situation and you do these static calculations and build that truck, it's going to fail miserably. And that's what we've really done for the last 35 years, up until just recently, have we really started to say, you know what? Everything's not chiseled in stone out there. We get the 50-mile-an-hour headwinds. Sometimes we're off on 2-lane roads. 50 across Colorado, I guess, is a good example, that most engineers would never think a truck would be on, or 40 going up over rabbit ears. You pick your poison. Most of those engineers would never envision the truck doing that, and so they never give it the capability to perform under those circumstances. And this is what the majority of guys like you are really complaining about. And I get that. And I understand how to take the specs and put it together and make some of this new technology work for, the guys that have been out there like you that have seen it all. And I can guarantee you that you could come up with 15 or 20 different situations in your mind that you have been through that no engineer has ever thought of. That I'll guarantee.
Well, there was something else I always looked at when I was trading trucks or buying. I always looked at the bottom end at the resale value.
Mm-hmm.
That was the main thing I stuck with Peterbilt all my trucking career. Is, what am I going to do in 3 years when it comes time? Because I traded trucks every 3 years, no matter what. If it didn't have, it still smelled like leather on the inside when I sold it. But my deal is resale value.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing to do, but there are times when guys get caught on that resale value thing where the economy slows down and your trade cycle's coming up, and so you have to hold the truck for a little bit longer. All in all, it's what you're talking about is not a bad thing to do, and what you've done is not wrong by any stretch of the imagination. It is a way to do it. As a fleet, we run some of our trucks, we run them out 7 years. Other trucks are on a faster trade cycle depending on if they are over-the-road trucks and we're trying to keep drivers in them. Drivers like to have new trucks, so we're on a 3 or 4 year trade cycle. Our local trucks and short regional stuff, we'll run them out 7, 8, sometimes 10 years. Because the drivers, they don't have to sleep in them. They really don't care if they're, centerfold, so to speak. They get the job done. They get them home every night, so they're happy with it. So every situation's different. I think what you have done and what you're describing, it works for a lot of people, and it makes a lot of sense. Understanding the technology as it evolves, especially today, I think when we started back in the 80s, it was a little easier to keep up with the technology because, like I said before, we had a CAT, a Cummins, or a Detroit. It really didn't make that much difference. It's just what you preferred personally, and you really didn't have to apply any engineering concepts to it to understand it. You knew how much horsepower it made. You knew it made it close to 1,800 to 2,100 RPM. You knew where your shift points were. They were all pretty close. Jump in the truck, go, run the wheels off it, sell it in 3 years. I hear you.
Well, just to give you an example, I started being an owner-operator in 1981. And I had, our first truck was a Transtar cab over with a 350 Cummins with a TSP running the West Coast, no jack brake. And
I hear you, brother.
I made about 3 trips out there, and I said, I'm gonna kill my damn fool self. So I didn't go west of Texas no more. I tried and got me a Peterbilt cab over it, but I don't know whether it was any better. It had 290 Cummins in it.
Yeah.
You had to get up early in the morning and start real early and finish it late now.
No, I hear you, man. I started in a Transtar too, and it was even worse. It had the 8V71 Detroit in it with no turbo on it. And oh my God, talk about bruised knees and kidneys. That thing was horrible. But yeah, I hear you. So yeah, I think what you've done, working your way through, I think you had a pretty good plan.
You had to get in that old Detroit, slam your hand in the door, get good and damn man.
That is true.
All right, I think he's about lost his cell or something there, but all right, good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. I don't know if he said he's taking off this week or he's going to be. I thought he said next week. So, hey, we'll get a news break here. I'll come back with more with Joel Morrow in just a moment. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The head of the Department of Homeland Security says the border is closed. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said Sunday that the administration is working to open more facilities to handle the influx of unaccompanied minors at the border. But he did not lay out a timeline for those facilities to open, nor did he clarify a plan for dealing with the current record surge of illegal crossings on the southern border. Mayorkas tells CNN that they're trying to put a system in place so that asylum claims don't have to be made at the border.
We have a number of work streams in place. As I mentioned, we are dealing with the needs of the children now. We are rebuilding orderly ways in which the children can make their claims without having to take the perilous journey to the border. And we are elevating our messaging so that the individuals do know that they cannot come to the border. The border is closed.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who've agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible. while you're on the road. The Bostrom Plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, couple of quick tidbits. First of all, Dean checking in this morning said, forgot to mention, I bought a bottle of everyday diesel treatment at Love's. Gave my baby her first treatment. I'll let you know the results I get. Thank you much, Dean. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Let's see. I want to mention, I had a call from Dave McManus Friday, and he was talking about, hey, we want to do another Pluto Duo Giveaway. Another 4-week round on the Pluto Duo headset. So if you go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests. Josh got it up, and the entry page is back. All you got to do is enter your email address, or you can enter or Facebook. And here's what we got this time around. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Giveaway. You can enter every day. And then you can get more entries by liking and subscribing on the social media pages. Obviously, grand prize we give away every Friday morning for the next 4 weeks, starting this Friday, is the Pluto Duo Bundle headset from Stellar Electronics, a $200 value. Second chance winner receives the Hot Shot Secret. I always called it the Big Rig Duo. They're referring to it now as the Semi-Prevention Pack. That's 2 64-ounce bottles of Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, $120 value. I believe that's the Stiction Performance Pack. They may have to correct me on that. But third chance winner receives the Hot Shot Secret FR3 Friction Reducer and Everyday Diesel Treatment, value $79. Again, we'll be announcing winners every Friday morning. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com and get registered. All right, Joel, I kind of heard that snicker when you said you're a Volvo guy. What is it with drivers? I mean, some like Freightliners, some like Volvos. I mean, to each their own, is that what you say? But what is it with Volvo? Some people just have a thing against them, right?
Well, they're the youngest entry into the marketplace, really. You know, all the other brands have been around for quite a while, and they're steeped in American tradition. You know, Volvo's the outsider still, and they had some technology early on that even the fleets at the time didn't really understand how to gear these trucks to make them work. The rest of the world, Volvo has this stellar reputation as a bulletproof truck in Europe and Asia and Africa and Australia. Everywhere you go in the rest of the world, you know, Volvo is considered the premier brand. And they were a late entry here in the United States, and they just have not developed that reputation. And they stumbled kind of out of the blocks. They had a very good engine in the D12 when they came over. It's just we had salespeople here that they understood how to spec an American truck, and they were applying the American gear ratios and transmissions to this engine that made a lot of power and torque down low, and everybody was overdriving the power curve, and the guys, they just hated it. And so it took a while to kind of recover from that. Some of their latest generation stuff, even the die-hard, Peterbilt and PACCAR guys, these trucks, when they're put together right, will really, really put a smile on your face.
Okay. All right. Let me get to, I think Todd's on the line. Got you on with Joel there. Todd, what's happening this morning?
Oh, not much, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well. Happy Monday.
You too. Well, I got a question for Joel, but I'm gonna. You're saying about Volvo. I am sitting in a 2014 VNL 780 right now, and it's got an ISX Cummins, 13 speeds, 355, and I drove Volvos years ago. The first one I drove was a 98 with a Detroit. It was a good truck, and I think what a lot of guys got against Volvos is the fact you can't look cool going down the road. And I have a 2007 Western Star sitting in my yard. I'm putting it back on the road. This is the reason I'm calling in April. But I love this Volvo. I'm not out here to look cool. I'm out here to make money. And this truck has got 1 million miles on it. I still get 7.1 miles to the gallon. And these things handle great. They turn on on a dime, and they got lots of room in the cabs and the sleeper of these trucks. That's why I bought my Western Star. But a lot of people don't like the Volvo because it's not got all the gauges and all that other stuff and the long hood and everything. I don't really care about all that stuff. But the reason I'm calling in, Joel, is I have a 2007 Western Star and it has a Mercedes in it. Okay. It's a 450 horsepower, 13 speed, 374 gear ratio, 22.5. My operation is this. I run out of Canada, okay, and I run to Colorado, Utah, and Texas. I haul anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000 pounds on the way out, and I'll come back with about 44,000. If I put 50 horsepower to that motor, am I going to hurt that?
If you're driving the truck, you'll probably be okay. If you put a driver in it,
no, just myself.
Yeah. If you're driving it and you apply some common sense, you'll be okay.
Yeah,
you'll be okay.
Okay, so
I wouldn't put a driver in it though.
No, I'm not in that position. But when I bought the truck, I was just hauling regional in Ontario, hauling roll type 3-axle for lumber, and I had anywhere from 65 to 75,000 pounds on the deck. And yes, it didn't pull good. It didn't pull good. But I've done local stuff with that truck hauling our freight. Like I haul light van work out to the United States. And like I said, the most I ever haul back is 44.5. Like I said, I'm running Utah, Colorado, and everything. So adding 50 horse to the motor won't hurt it. Like I'm running an average on this truck I'm driving now as a company truck. They're wide open, but I run around 67 to 68 miles an hour. So I should be okay with adding 50 horse to that Mercedes?
Yeah, as long as you're driving it and you're not hammering down on the thing, I think you'll be just fine. Especially, if that back haul is only on occasion where you're that heavy, or is it you're that heavy every time?
It varies. It varies.
Okay. Yeah, no, you should be fine then.
Sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, especially with the lighter loads, you're really going to see some outstanding fuel efficiency with that truck. With your outbound stuff, that's 6,000 and 7,000 pounds. I mean, you're really going to put up some nice numbers with it in terms of fuel efficiency. And the days that you get the heavier loads coming back, you just have to use your head, use some common sense with it. But when you're 6,000 pounds to 30,000 pounds, that truck's gonna do really well.
Okay, like with this ISX Cummins, it's a 550, and I'm getting 7.3. Well, that's what it says on the dash, 7.3. And I mean, I don't want to give the truck up. I know when I'm done with the truck in April, it'll be parked. They don't. It'll be parked to be just basically a city truck. But the Volvo, I love them. I mean, I'm kind of wishing I would have bought one, but I mean, it wasn't at the time. I only paid about $25,000 for the truck. It's got I'm the second owner. The original owner bought it. He ran flatbed from Ontario to California and back all the time, and he had the motor rebuilt. It has got 300,000 miles on a rebuild. It's got brand new brakes and tires all the way around. It's got Michelin's, but I'm not afraid to drive the truck. It's just that I just was wondering about the extra 50 horsepower to it. I know a couple guys have got bully dogs, and they pour the horsepower to Detroits, and they roll the coal and all that. That's just waste of fuel. But that's what I was
50,
asking.
50 horsepower, you're probably going to be just fine as long as you're driving the truck and it's under the heavy load that will get you if you're going to have a problem. And it all has to do with what they call third order magnitude vibrations, yada, yada, yada. Just basically in simple terms, baby it under a heavy load and you'll be fine.
Yeah. One other question. Are you the same Joel that calls into Kevin's show?
Yeah, I'm on Fridays.
Oh, okay. Are you the guy that works for Pittsburgh Power?
No, I do not work for Pittsburgh Power.
Oh, okay. So is there anything that I should be like, okay, so the truck's been sitting for a year, it's got full tanks of fuel in it, and it's sitting up in Ontario where it gets cold and everything, right? And now I put fuel additive in it before I parked it, right? So should I be worried about having any allergy building up in the tanks, even though it has full tanks? It should be okay that way?
You may want to dump a biocide in there just to be on the safe side, and I would dump a couple bottles of the Diesel Extreme in there as well, just because when they sets over time, ultra low sulfur diesel fuel, it oxidizes, it degrades. Your cetane content on this first tank of fuel is going to be very low. You probably got some condensation from the inside of the tank, so you're going to have some water in there. I would probably also dump some of the Stiction Eliminator in the oil side as well, just to get the rings cleaned out. Setting for a long time, it's not the best thing in the world for them. It's not the end of the world as long as you take the right precautions, and I think that's what I would do with it.
Okay, right on. Hey, Steve, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Where do we find your shirts? I seen you wearing a shirt last week. I was watching your show online.
Yeah, I got one on right now. Go to overnightdriveradio.com and you click. I think you click on shop. I believe it is. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, you click on shop at the top of the page. And you go, right now we got the magnets, the T-shirt, the calendars, like the refrigerator calendars or whatever, your dash calendars. You might put it on your dash. Got the T-shirts and got some stickers to go on your truck. Kyle told me this past evening that the hats are being shipped right now. So the hats will be in a few days if you just want to maybe wait a few days so you don't have to make one order and then make another order, because I think there's going to be some shipping on there as well. So.
Yeah. Do you have jackets?
No, just the T-shirts, the hats, and we're going to have like the travel mugs, the cold mugs, cups or whatever. That'll be coming out pretty soon. So.
Okay, right on. Okay, well, I'll let you guys go. I'm going to head off to bed. Great show tonight, and nice talking to you, Joel. Thanks for all the information.
Great talking to you.
Thank you so much, Todd.
All right, night.
Yep. You'll find Joel Fridays with Kevin Rutherford, right? And I know, are you on with Dave Newmo on a regular basis or just every so often? Or
every other Tuesday at 9:30. I'm going to be on this Tuesday, and we're actually going to be talking about the crawler gear transmissions and the down speeding, just like I had described. So
Joel's a busy guy. All right. So one of the questions I saw here was the formula to calculate horsepower and why that's important.
Yeah, we've got a couple or three formulas that are kind of important. And, some people that are curious and like to get the calculator out and do some math. Formula for horsepower is torque times RPM divided by 5252. And I know somebody's going to ask you why 5252, and it's an in-depth thing on the math, but it's the point where horsepower and torque always intersect, and you have to take velocity and all kinds of things into account. And just know that you divide torque times RPM times 5252. So if you have a torque curve and you don't have the horsepower curve, this is how you figure horsepower. One thing that's interesting on this, we will see some of the newer engines, we'll see they have a very low horsepower number and a very high torque rating. And this is generally what they're calling a downsped engine. 400, 1750 torque, 400 horsepower, 1750 torque is very common. 455, 1850 is very common. Typically we're looking at, 500, 550, 600 with that 1850 pound-feet of torque. And a lot of guys get turned off because they see that low horsepower number in front of that torque. But what that means when you consider it's torque times RPM, what that low horsepower number is telling you is that it makes more horsepower on the front side of the power curve. So those trucks run better with the faster gearing. Actually, like in my case with the 455 1850 D13 TC, as I mentioned before, we're actually making more horsepower on the front side of the curve and torque than a traditionally powered 500 Cummins. Smaller displacement, lighter weight, heavier per liter, more horsepower on the low side where it counts if you're geared correct. So it's just something that's nice to know. If you do have a torque curve and there's no horsepower curve with it, torque times RPM divided by 5252, that's the formula for horsepower.
Okay.
I also have formulas for piston speed. And I try to drive the piston speed thing home, and it's very difficult to paint that picture in everybody's mind because we're trained to think in terms of RPM, and there is a pretty massive difference. So there's average piston speed, and then there's maximum piston speed. And at the same RPM, the speed of the piston varies in that cylinder because as the crank goes around, it's not taking a straight path. So at top dead center and at bottom dead center, the piston, just before it gets there, it's moving its fastest. And why that's important to understand is bigger bore engines with longer strokes and high piston speed, the G-forces on that piston actually start to stretch that crankshaft out of shape. It fluctuates and you get vibrations. And this is why some engines, when you're running down low and you're putting a lot of torque and power, you're trying to build that torque and power, the big pistons are slamming that crankshaft, and it's something to think about. Some of today's engines with the smaller bores, they have a heavier duty crankshaft and a smaller piston, so they don't experience that crankshaft flex to the degree that other engines do. That's why that's important. And then the average speed, and it's kind of easy to think about this in terms of we put fuel treatment in the tank to speed up combustion. Cetane speeds up the combustion event. Diesel fuel burns relatively slow. So if you have high piston speed in that cylinder, you actually start to overrun the combustion event. It doesn't have time to fully burn, and the piston's coming up and pushing up against it. And so you're getting soot by the rings. You're pushing stuff out the stack. So slower piston speed allows that flame to burn and propagate all the way through the event, and the piston isn't overrunning it. So that's why the lower piston speed, in addition to less friction, is so important in today's engines. And couple that with a good fuel treatment, like the everyday treatment, and then things get really, really good. The engines burn really clean, and you have very, very few emission problems.
Very good. All right, I think Horse Feathers may have a question for you. Something about Cummins engines. Is that right, Horse Feathers?
Yes, sir. Yeah, morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Morning, Joel. So,
morning.
So I'm running one of these monster X15 605s, and I got 355 ratio with the 13 speed. And being out here for over 30 years and driving everything from the 8V71 I have in my old 1978 Peterbilt that sits in my driveway as my toy.
There you go.
That my wife took about 3 trips in and said, "Why in the hell would anybody have ever wanted to get in one of these things?" And I said, in 1978, people fought to get in these trucks, to drive them 16 hours a day. So, anyways, you know where my and growing up, you know, farming, and the reason I could drive a truck, you know, was allowed to drive a truck, was because when I sat in the seat, my foot could push the clutch all the way to the floor to put it in gear, and that's where I started with them, you know. And so you know the type of driving I learned to do. So now that I'm in this more modern truck that knows everything about itself better than I know anything about it, where am I supposed to be trying to make it work? Now, I will tell you, in my range of operation, I'm 42,000 pounds empty, and I run anywhere from 80 to 84,000 pounds loaded most of the time. And half my work is loaded and half my work is empty usually, because I'm usually an out and back driver. So am I looking at, with the 355s and a 13 speed with this engine, where, you know, I kind of got a feel where it makes fuel mileage, but I also got a feel where it makes power. So maybe you could tell me where you think I should be at, and I can kind of compare to what I kind of found with what I've been doing to it, which is probably completely wrong.
And you're probably going to surprise yourself here, because you've been around quite a while and you start to get a feel for these things. And regardless of how much technology's on there, a lot of times, you know, your butt in the seat is smarter than the computer under the seat. So it's the 355 ratio with the 13 speed with the 605, which is, I'm assuming, the performance series. Obviously, it's not the efficiency series, is actually a pretty good combination. That thing really starts to make horsepower at around 1,500 RPM. That's where it makes horsepower. Now, it makes torque down around 1,000, 1,100, I think, on the performance series. And I think you hold on to that horsepower all the way out to 1,700, if my memory serves me correctly. So when you're running heavy, you're going to want it right around that 1,500 mark. When you're empty coming back, and of course you don't have the flexibility with this setup to be able to run indirect or overdrive at highway speed. So to lower your RPM a little bit, you know, you're going to have to run a little bit slower, but that engine would run just fine at 1,100 RPM empty to get some decent fuel efficiency out of it.
Okay, because right now I've been pretty much letting it run up to about 1,500, 1,550 for the pull, and it drops it, you know, to go to higher gear, it'll drop back to about 1,300, and then it doesn't have any problem picking it back up to bring it back up. But for the most part, I'll let this pull down to about 1,150, and it really doesn't really have a lot of issue with it. But if I can keep it, you know, if I can keep it between 1,300 and 1,400 RPMs, is usually about where it does the best for the fuel mileage, or, as you say, the road speed that I can get out of it, where I'm still happy going down the highway. Because if I get down into some of the other states where I can get up to, you know, a 70 mile an hour speed limit, and it's up over 1,500, it very it does not perform well on the fuel mileage side up above 50.
No, it will not. And this engine is not a fuel efficiency engine. A careful driver doing exactly what you're doing. And by the way, your butt was telling you right. I mean, you were spot on where you needed to be. You can get respectable fuel mileage out of it. It's not going to be stellar. This engine is designed to pull heavy loads. That is its primary function, is to pull a heavy load. And it does it well, especially when you get, 1550, 1600, it'll pull. Your fuel mileage is going to go south in a hurry, though. So I think you're doing exactly right. You're managing the RPM, which is in effect managing your piston speed. You're keeping things low. That's going to help your emission system durability. If you're tapping into that horsepower all the time and you're cranking it up to 16 or 1700 RPM, thing will be set in the shop with all kinds of emissions issues. And it sounds like you haven't been doing that. So I would suspect you're not having a whole lot of issues with that truck.
Yeah, not yet. And it's a 2020 and it's got 65,000 miles on it right now. So
now think about this for me and see if this makes sense in your head. So you've got a longer stroke engine and you've got faster piston speed, especially when you need to pull. And we know that combustion event, diesel fuel burns relatively slow, and that there's a possibility that piston overrunning that combustion event and putting soot downstream into the system. My piece of advice to you, you're doing everything else right. Treat your diesel fuel.
Okay.
Treat it every time you fill that thing up. Treat your diesel fuel. Get some of the everyday treatment and put in it. If you've never treated diesel fuel before, use the Stiction Eliminator in the oil, and I think you're going to be really happy. Cummins have a tendency to carbon pack in the piston rings. So they've got this longer stroke engine with the higher piston speed, and kind of in order to compensate for all that friction and drag in there, they went to what they call a low drag friction ring or piston ring, and they don't always really seal up super tight, and so they're prone to carbon packing. So use that Stiction Eliminator in there to make sure that you don't get carbon packing started in there. Use the everyday treatment, and I think you'll be a happy camper for a very long time with that truck, especially, you're the kind of guy that you're really using your head on how you're driving the thing. So I think this will do you a world of good.
Well, unfortunately, my name's not on the title. Actually, it might be fortunately, as my wife says, because she said that she might not be my wife if my name was on the title of one of these at some time. But
I hear you.
It's a whole other story. I've been working on him. He's a younger guy, and he's usually pretty up to date on listening to a lot of things. So I've been twisting his arm on it, but he hasn't quite come around yet. So,
Gotcha.
Anyways, one last question. Since I started driving, hey, cruise control was never even an option. There was only two types of cruise control. One was gravity, and the other was the hand throttle. And so, where's your opinion on cruise control? Because if I have the truck with cruise control, and of course this 605, most grades I don't downshift, so if I put the cruise on, all I do is sit here and hold the wheel. And I've told the people that we work for, because they actually monitor my speed and don't allow me to go more. Well, they don't like me to go more than 6 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Gotcha.
This is the most disassociated truck I've ever driven. If I run it with a cruise, because I'm like no better than the big box carriers. I'm a steering wheel holder. If I put the cruise on with this truck,
I feel you to a certain degree, but look, you've got some experience that a lot of these guys will never have, and so you're setting a cruise. It's when the poop hits the fan, you know how to react and you know how to take over. It's like the experienced airline pilot that's using autopilot. he's there for a reason. When things go wrong, you can take care of business. There's a lot of younger guys out there. They set the crews, things go wrong, they're in the ditch. So it's not necessarily what you're describing, but I understand that because I do the same thing. I set the crews and sometimes you do feel disassociated, but you do have that experience, which is a huge benefit. In terms of efficiency on the cruise control, a lot of people will tell you not to run the cruise because it gets the boost gauge jumping all over. Cummins has a variable geometry turbocharger, and that turbocharger spins up to 100,000 RPM depending on where the little slide is over the volutes on the turbo. And one way that you control that boost spike that really hurts your efficiency is in the parameters on these trucks. There's what they call rate of acceleration targets, and you adjust that rate of acceleration on cruise down to minimum. And so it's not like you're at the drag races when you set the cruise. It actually comes on like an intelligent driver would, with a very soft rate of acceleration, and it helps to control that boost spike. And so you can actually run cruise control and maintain some efficiency if they get rid of the default setting on rate of acceleration.
All righty. Well, right there, we got to wrap things up for another hour here. Joel, 2 hours. Actually, we went way over here, but that's quite all right. The benefit that we're not actually on like satellite radio just yet. One of these days,
you go.
One of these days, we'll have to hit those hard marks, as they call it. But yeah, we'll wrap things up here for another edition. Hey, some good calls, some helpful information tonight. I can't wait to see what we come up with for next Monday's show.
Yeah, I think I'm going to work on some gearing stuff and maybe throw it your way.
Okay. I'll look forward. Like I said, very educational for the listeners out there. You'll find Joel on Facebook, Joel, Joel, Morrow, Morrow, on Facebook. If you want to be a friend, got some questions for him or whatever. Yeah, you do keep an eye on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hit me up if you're on Facebook. Hit me up, and I answer questions to the best of my ability. And sometimes it takes me a minute to get to you, but I try to answer everything that comes across.
All right. Well, another entertaining couple of hours with you, Joel. Thank you so much, and we'll chat again next Monday to get another brand new week started.
Sounds awesome, Steve. You have a good week.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to it. All right, there. We'll get our news break, or actually a news update, as we call it. And we'll come back with more as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The head of the Department of Homeland Security says the border is closed. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said Sunday that the administration is working to open more facilities to handle the influx of unaccompanied minors at the border. But he did not lay out a timeline for those facilities to open, nor did he clarify a plan for dealing with the current record surge of illegal crossings on the southern border. Mayorkas tells CNN that they're trying to put a system in place so that asylum claims don't have to be made at the border.
We have a number of work streams in place. As I mentioned, we are dealing with the needs of the children now. We are rebuilding orderly ways in which the children can make their claims without having to take the perilous journey to the border. And we are elevating our messaging so that the individuals do know that they cannot come to the border. The border is closed.
This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
Miami Beach is cracking down on heavy crowds during spring break.
Police used pepper balls on spring break partiers as they worked to enforce a newly imposed curfew. It was brought on by Miami Beach Mayor Dan Gelber due to the pandemic. He said they had to do something because the crowds were so large.
At night, there is no question that it becomes a place that feels a little bit out of control or a lot out of control.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Federal prosecutors say 24 additional people have been charged in an ongoing probe into voter fraud, including 2 from Mexico who were accused of illegally voting in the 2016 presidential election. In a list of defendants obtained by the Epoch Times, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina identifies both as aliens. A slew of other defendants from 15 countries were charged with falsely claiming citizenship in order to register to vote. They face jail time and fines of up to $350,000 if convicted. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Michigan county will count the votes in its upcoming election by hand. Jeremy Scott has that story from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
Commissioners in Antrim County, Michigan voted unanimously to hand count every ballot cast in the May 4th primary, avoiding the use of machines from Dominion voting systems. Officials can't use the equipment because of a forensic audit done as part of a court case brought against the county, alleging fraud in the 2020 presidential election. The county initially reported a victory for Joe Biden before flipping the results in President Donald Trump's favor by thousands of votes, citing human error. Commissioners expressed concern that reprogramming the machines and then using them would violate a judge's order. Purchasing new machines would cost around $150,000. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And a potentially hazardous asteroid made a quick flyby of the Earth on Sunday. The object, an asteroid called 2011 FO32, sped by the planet at more than 77,000 miles per hour at a distance of 1.23 million miles. NASA had said that there was no chance the object would be close enough to collide with the Earth, saying they've been able to track the orbit of the asteroid accurately since it was discovered 20 years ago. 2011 FO32 orbits the Sun every 810 days, but won't again be that close to the Earth until 2052. And the latest from the NCAA tournament, 11th-seeded Syracuse moving on to the Sweet 16 in the Midwest Regional, defeating the 3rd-seed West Virginia 75-72. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, indeed it is. We're back on a Mondays. We work our way time zone to time zone into the 22nd day of March. All right, we'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Always good to speak with Joel there on Monday morning. Smart guy, ain't he? Smart cookie. Told you we'd learn something. Under our traveler's weather. First, I had a message from, who was that? Heading out west, hoping for better weather this week versus what we had last week. That was Tank. Yeah, there it is. Happy Monday, Steve. Hope you had a good weekend. We're headed west. Out of the land of fruits and nuts. Hopefully better weather this week than what we had last week. Well, we'll see about that. Just 1 week after parts of Colorado got hit with the historic snowfall. Forecasters say more snow's on the way for the Colorado Rockies and also the northwestern portions of the country this week. At least we're not talking California, right? The first of the two storms got underway across parts of Utah, Wyoming, and the higher elevations of western Colorado this past morning. And that all continues to spread eastward across Colorado and travel across the higher passes of Colorado. Quite difficult tonight, as some of the higher spots seeing over a half a foot of snow by Monday morning, according to AccuWeather. Now, although today's snow event will not be a major snowstorm by Rocky standards, it'll bring some accumulating snow to the Denver area once again and continue to build on the above normal snowfall totals that they've seen this month so far. Denver, Fort Collins, and Pueblo all expected to receive accumulating snow. Cheyenne, Wyoming, well, of course, buried in its biggest snowstorm on record last weekend, but probably just going to get a snow shower or two out of this particular storm. Travel conditions likely along parts of I-25 and I-80. By later today, that storm moves on to the east into the south-central portions of the U.S., leaving the cold conditions across the Front Range. With that dip in the jet stream we were talking about in our first hour, allowing the storm to travel from the Pacific Northwest to the Rockies and Denver over the weekend. That dip's going to remain in place, and that's going to leave the opportunity open for more cold weather and maybe more snow in the western U.S. Cold air filters into the Rockies behind the storm today. Temperatures in the Front Range going to be 10 to 20 degrees below normal. High temperature in Denver today forecast to be just 39 degrees. Normal high would be about 56. Pueblo, you're expected to have a high of 44, well below the norm. You should be about 61 degrees this time of year. So the cold's also going to impact farther north into Wyoming along the I-25 corridor. Like Cheyenne, high temperature today, just 39, about 10 degrees below normal. All right, well, as the cold air settles over Colorado, another storm begins moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest today. That's going to bring more snow showers. Major cities like Portland and Seattle, probably too warm for more than just a few snowflakes, but the higher elevations in the Cascades, just east of those cities, could get several inches. On into Tuesday and Wednesday, that storm pushes inland and southeastward. So more snow across the higher elevations of the interior west and toward the Colorado Rockies once again. Don't know the exact track of that storm. That's going to be a major role in who sees the heaviest snowfalls from system number 2. With a more southerly track across the Four Corners region, more snow may reach parts of Arizona and New Mexico compared to the storm we're talking about right now starting the week. Higher elevations will be the sweet spot for the most accumulation. Not out of the question, some areas see another 6 to 12 inches of snow there in Colorado. Major highways going through the passes could see accumulating snow as well. So maybe some travel impacts right on through the middle portions of the week there. Okay, got the clarification. I was mentioning in last hour, we're going to do another Pluto Duo Giveaway each week, starting this week for 4 consecutive weeks. Josh kind of changed up the secondary prizes. The grand prize will again be the Pluto Duo bundled the headset, the 99% noise reduction technology. Second place, and we're actually going to have 3 prizes this time around. Second place winner, it's called the Semi-Prevention Pack. That's 1 64-ounce stick shit eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. So that's $120+ value. Third place winner gets the Semi-Performance Pack. That's 1 64-ounce FR3 friction reducer and 1 32-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment, which is like a $77.90 value. There you go. So, I did say I might have to stand corrected there. So that's the deal over the next 3 weeks. And what we have, Scooter checking in here. Praise the Lord. Finally, someone speaking the gospel of piston speed. I've been arguing with my fellow drag racers for decades about this, and they just giggle and look at me like I have 5 heads. Until I'm 3 to 5 tenths quicker and drag their ass with a slightly smaller displacement stroker engine with a weight cap. That was a great show, great guest tonight there. All right, loving it. All right, so I guess there's some. Scooter understood what Joel was talking about and piston speed. Hey, good to have you with us there, Scooter. Industry headlines before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. One of Horsefeather's top charitable events on any given year. The Mother's Day tradition for more than 30 years. The Make-A-Wish Philadelphia, Delaware, and Susquehanna Valley announcing the annual truck convoy for May the 9th. The 2021 convoy starts at Mannheim, Pennsylvania auto auction, and there will be several ways to participate. Sign up to be a driver, or you can donate to support a driver's fundraising efforts at the website wishconvoy.org. Live stream of the event begins at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You can visit wishconvoy.org, or you can follow the 2021 Mother's Day Truck Convoy Facebook event page. You can purchase a Mother's Day chicken dinner or merchandise that's going to be available. You can bid on items as part of an auction starting May the 1st and then ending May the 10th. Or you can make a donation to wishconvoy.org to help Make-A-Wish reach their goal, which is set at $300,000. We're thrilled to be partnering with Mother's Day Make-A-Wish Truck Convoy for our second year, says Joey Hughes, Vice President and General Manager of the Mannheim, Pennsylvania Auto Auction. It's such an important fundraising event, and our team at Mannheim, Pennsylvania Auto Auction honored to host it at our location. Looking forward to being a part of another successful event. Of course, Make-A-Wish is calling on the local community and truck drivers to help make this year's convoy a success. Not even a year-long pandemic can stop this renowned event. Thanks to our dedicated convoy committee, our host, Mannheim PA Auto Auction, our sponsors, and the truck drivers, whose passion and determination to support our wish-granting mission is unmatched and unrivaled. I hope you can find a way to again support the 32nd annual Mother's Day Convoy, our famous Lancaster County tradition here. Now, Horsefeathers had mentioned this year it is going to be limited to a 100-truck convoy, and it will feature top 30 drivers, grand drivers, key sponsors, and drivers committed to raising $500 or more. Convoy presented by Road Pros, sponsored by Goods Insurance, CAG Truck Capital, Cumberland Truck Equipment, Braubacher Excavating, Safe Light Auto, High Costs, and Insulation Companies of America. There you go. Some of the sponsors of the 32nd annual Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Convoy. And I still have to get a hold of Ron about that. I'm sorry, Horsefeathers. I've got the email. We got plenty of time, though, because the convoy doesn't come around till May. But, yeah, we'll be talking to Ron about that here in the coming days. All right, we'll get back to your calls here. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. Who we got on the line? It says Mr. PD. Who might that be? It says Mr. PD. It's probably somebody else. So.
Hello?
Well, hi there. It's not Mr. PD, is it?
I'm not a Mr. PD, but hello.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you. I actually saw you live on Facebook.
Yes.
And everything that you were saying is so beautiful. The Mother's Day thing sounds so amazing.
It's pretty much the biggest fundraiser for that region. Yeah, for the Make-A-Wish Foundation every year. It's always a big one. They've had...
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
It's so beautiful. I mean, I'm a mom of I have 8 children.
Wow.
I have 2 that are in heaven, and I have 6 beautiful kids alive. And I'm raising 4 with special needs. And so Mother's Day is like always a big thing for our family. But my kids, I have 2 of them that can't speak. And they're 7 and 5 years old, and they can't speak. They can't tell you how they feel. And so hearing about the Make-A-Wish is just such a beautiful thing.
Sure.
It's so amazing.
So you've got your hands full with those special needs children, huh?
Oh, definitely. And I live in Arizona, so it's still the 21st. It's not the 22nd yet. We don't have like daylight savings time like everyone else. We always do the same. But anyone listening, if you ever feel like you need, like I do a lot of spiritual readings. And if there's anyone out there that feels like they just need to get stuff off their chest and wants to know about what direction their life is going, and I just want you to know you can always get a hold of me and stay positive. And you know, our world is going crazy with everything, and especially with politics. You know, you don't know who to believe or who to trust. Just, you know, stay strong in yourself and you will get through it.
So do you have like a social media page or something you wanted to toss out there?
I do have a website. It's called mysticalreadings.org.
Okay.
So if anyone is interested in a reading, I mean, I do them all the time. But I also wanted to tell you and thank you so much, like that is so beautiful, like the Mother's Day thing you were talking about. It's so beautiful to hear that, because there's like so much going on in our world, and to have something so beautiful and so positive, I would love to be involved with that. It's just so beautiful. I help raise like a lot of money for women and children going through domestic violence. I've been raising money for children who either don't have a mother or don't have a father around Christmas time. Like last year, I helped raise $25,000 just to help them have a good Christmas. Mm-hmm. So, so it's so beautiful to do something amazing for them. And like the Mother's Day thing you were talking about, that just sounds so amazing. I would love to totally be involved with that.
Well, check out that website I was mentioning there. What was it? Wishconvoy.org. Wishconvoy.org.
Sounds awesome.
Yep, check it out. Well, thank you so much for checking in this morning. I'm glad I guess you just, scouring Facebook and just randomly ran across us there. Okay. Well, that's good to hear from you. All right, before we get our news break, she said the world is going crazy. No joke. Now, I listened to, I think it was, top of the hour at 1 o'clock, and are you noticing all these, the border is closed. The border is closed. The 12:30 news break, 30 minutes prior to that, if I heard correctly, they were saying we being the United States taxpayers, allocated $186 million to purchase hotel rooms to house these thousands of illegals that are streaming into the country. Now, which message do you think is being heard south of the border? Hey, did you hear? They're buying hotels. Hell, we're going to stay at a bed and breakfast if we can just get across the border. I don't think they're hearing the message that the border is closed. And obviously, it's not closed. You can't be purchasing hotel rooms for people illegally coming into the country and try to tell them, don't come right now. And it gets even worse from there. Over the weekend, we find out that the Biden administration is actually talking about preparing to fly thousands of these illegals from the southern border up to the Canadian border, where they have processing centers so they can expedite the process to get them into the country. Doesn't sound to me like the border's closed. The crisis continues to grow. What the hell's going on? We'll touch more on that following our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is spending millions on hotel rooms as it struggles to deal with the influx of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Axios reporting that the administration has signed an $86 million contract with hotels in Texas and Arizona to house about 1,200 migrants. On Sunday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blamed the Trump administration for the surge of asylum-seeking unaccompanied minors, saying they dismantled the system for asylum claims. But Senator Shelley Moore Capito says the majority of Americans don't care about blame. The West Virginia Republican tells Fox News that migrants keep coming because they believe they'll be able to get into the country.
I think they want this situation to get under control. It is not under control. The word is out in the Northern Triangle countries that you're going to be able to get in and stay and sent into the interior of our country if you make it to the border. We're having children crossing long crossings with, who knows, traffickers where families are paying thousands of dollars.
This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for details.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I thought I heard that correctly. That's what they just said. Well, was it 86 or 186? Doesn't matter to me, but where's that money coming from? Well, first of all, it's taxpayers' money. It's my money, your money. I'm just kind of curious. Are they pulling that out of the $1.9 trillion stimulus plan, or again, where's that coming from? Yeah, because obviously thousands of illegals coming into the country is going to stimulate the economy, right? It's going to help with the recovery. Head of Homeland Security actually admitted last week, yeah, we are sending COVID positive people out into the heart of the country. While they're still trying to tell you, put on your mask, stay home, don't be going out late at night, don't be in a crowd. Hell, they even declared a state of emergency in Miami over the weekend. All the spring breakers that are showing up there. Apparently, it's getting worse with each passing day. Huge crowds packed in, elbow to elbow. Most of them not, I don't know, are any of them wearing masks? I don't think so. But back to actually looking to fly these individuals to the Canadian border so we can expedite the processing into the country. According to the report from the Washington Post, while former President Trump's immigration policy was aimed at securing the borders and preventing people from entering the country before they were vetted, including testing for the Chinese coronavirus, Joe Biden has turned the effort literally upside down. That means what were once called detention centers are now reception centers, welcoming thousands of migrants into the country on a daily basis. Friday alone, 1,000 people, including families and unaccompanied children, crossed the border with Mexico. 1,000 Friday alone. Now, the Washington Post, that's a paper that disparaged Trump's immigration policy almost every single day, reporting on the Biden administration's scramble to contend with a worsening emergency that officials say they don't view as a crisis. It's a stressful challenge. Still to this day, it's a stressful challenge. But the extraordinary volume of unauthorized border crossings in recent days has left the families and the minors waiting hours outdoors, many under a bridge next to the river where Border Patrol is operating a large outdoor processing station. The backups exacerbated by more than 4,500 unaccompanied teenagers and children held in detention cells and border tent sites. These are all record numbers. The Post citing a lack of winter clothing for the illegals as a grave concern when flying them to the north of the country, noting how the surge that happened under Trump took place during the warmer weather. The crisis occurred during the warmer months, but Border Patrol officials did not immediately respond to questions about whether they'd be able to furnish winter clothing to parents with children if they were sent to places like, say, Montana or South Dakota or Michigan, where the Border Patrol has far fewer staff members and generally smaller facilities. But the Border Patrol has used ICE aircraft in recent days, transporting migrant families from the Rio Grande Valley, where the facilities are over capacity by hundreds of times. Many of them going to the El Paso area. Many of those families are then being returned to Mexico under the Trump-era emergency public health order. They did not explain that the emergency public health order came from the Centers for Disease Control to protect Americans from the COVID virus. Plus, FEMA confirmed late last week they would provide $110 million of taxpayer money to fund some nonprofit and government agencies to help the illegals coming into the country. But out of the other side of their mouth, they're trying to say the border is closed. You can't make this stuff up. Good morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. How was the weekend?
Oh, I had a quick, short weekend. Awful fast, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably went by in a blink of an eye. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to get into politics. I mean, just listening to you tell me what the Democrats are doing and who they're blaming. No, I'm not getting into that. I mean, that's just, all to hell with it. I will too. You know, that old boy said, you know, everybody's welcome. And you see all these immigrants I shouldn't say immigrants, they're illegal aliens coming up with President Biden, please let us in, T-shirts on. You know, cell phones, they don't look malnourished. I mean, they don't look like they're even tired. They look like they're excited, they're happy, 100 pounds overweight, cell phones galore. I mean, who is providing all this for them? And if Mexico really is upset with all the illegal aliens coming to their territories, well, hell, man, you have a much smaller southern border. Shut it down. You don't have a 1,000-mile border or a 3,000-mile border or whatever. Your border with Central America and South America is what? 200 miles, if that? Mexico needs to shut them down below them. That way they won't have the issues, and we won't have as near as much issues as what we got now. And when Biden went ahead and undid Trump's policies that kept the families where they were, and they went through our embassies or wherever, you know, to file for, you know, to come up here, I mean, everything was pretty much staunched, down to almost nothing. Now Biden gets in and he undoes everything that Trump did.
Reverse.
Now we've got this issue on our hands, and it's like, you can't blame Trump for the idiotic stuff that you've done. You know, stop blaming Trump and take some responsibility for yourself. Ugh. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, anyways, you know, someone had told me the other day about how you can stump some of these kids of today with, you know, what they're used to what we were used to. So you put them in a round room and you tell them to go stand in a corner.
Mm-hmm.
No, they'll be walking around forever trying to find that corner in that round room. You tell them, you know, go turn the TV on, but, oh, by the way, there's no remote. I bet those kids would be bored as hell because they wouldn't know how to operate one of those TVs you and I grew up with, or changing the channels, you know. You know, the automatic channel changer was, you know, either you or your siblings. When your dad said, hey, change the channel to channel so-and-so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either you got up or one of your siblings got up, went up there and changed the knob. You know, you tell them to take a look at a clock, at an analog clock, and tell you the time. Hell, they wouldn't know what to do with that. You know, if it's not digital, they can't tell time. I mean, kids today have so much technology in front of them that, you know, it's kind of like our smartphones. We've all gone brain dead because we can't remember we barely remember our number and our spouse's number. But I mean, if you ask to remember, you know, your kid's number or your friend's number, you'd have to look at the cell phone just to find it. So, I don't know. The more we go forward, the more backward we get. Did you, by chance, see any of the photos I had from the Clown Hotel there in Tonopah, Nevada?
That was pretty wild, yeah. I mean, for people that are scared of clowns, that's probably not the place they want to stay.
And that place is haunted.
Oh,
Some
really?
of those rooms actually have... Yeah, it's been on Discovery channels. They got those paranormal busters or, you know, Ghostbusters or whatever. Yeah, they've actually had people say, you know, there's something in their room. And it was amazing because I had seen that on Discovery Channel before, but to actually be there, it was like, wow, that was actually something else. And of course, then they got that old graveyard. I mean, immediately right next door. It's almost like a tourist trap, that graveyard. You know, there were signs up on a hotel saying, watch out, some of the graves are caving in. Well, there actually was a grave that had a wheelbarrow in a hole because the ground had given away. Like, good gosh, that was something else. You know, and I think you and I have a mutual friend down in Florida. Her name is Jasmine. She was like, you mean you can stop en route and visit these places? Like, well, yeah. You know, if there's a place to park and you're able to do so, you know, it may never come again in your lifetime. So take advantage of it. You know, of course, if it's, you know, 10, 15, 20 miles off the route, you know, we can't do that, you know, especially as company drivers. But, you know, if you're driving through and it's there, man, why not? So that was interesting. And that cemetery, I guess, was only open for about 5 years. And a lot of history there. A lot of history. Well, you know, right before all this pandemic hit, I had taken my wife to a French restaurant there in Albuquerque. And, you know, it was nice. You know, the food was good. The wine was really nice. And during the course of the meal, I had to get up and go to the restroom. And I don't know why, whenever you mentioned that to them French waiters, I guess they're called garçons.
Yes.
But, yeah, you know, every time I said, I have to go to the restroom, they said, where's the restroom at? And they're like, oui. And I said, yes, that's what I have to do. Where's the restroom at? Oui. Oh, good Lord. You know, I don't know what their obsession is with urine or urination, but they really ought to find another word for that. You know, it's a good thing I didn't have to go and drop a deuce. That would have really been embarrassing, but still. You know, what's this we stuff? Well, other than that, the roads in Denver, when we come out, I guess the snow had started to fall, and I guess that was about 14 hours ago. And they were expecting up to 48 inches of snow.
Wow. On
70. And one of my former coworkers with Snyder, when I was working with them, she had said that the first hill coming out of Denver going west, even the cars could not climb that hill. So if anyone's taking 70 west, going to California or wherever, I would recommend going a different route. So I mean, if the car's not going to be able to get up the hill, you can pretty much best bet your bottom dollar you're not going to get up that hill either, even with chains. And if you have hazmat on it, well, you know, you can't go through the Eisenhower Tunnel. You have to go up the bypass, Highway 6. And if it's already if they're going to have 48 inches of snow on the road down below, I mean, you get up to the top, there's no way it's going to be clear. So if anyone's heading west going to California, I would recommend you drop down 25 to Interstate 40, catch it in Albuquerque and fly on that way going west. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. Or interesting weekend to say the least, going through Tonopah. So yeah, other than that, I guess I'll go ahead and sign off, and y'all have yourselves a wonderful night, senor.
Hey, thank you for checking in there. Heat wave, be safe out there. Heading west. All right, that frees up another line. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Now, he mentioned why doesn't Mexico shut their southern border down? Yeah, preventing the Hondurans and the Guatemalans and all, because they're coming in from all over, Central and even South America. And yes, they do have a much smaller, shorter border on their southern tier versus the border with the United States. They try to make it sound like they're doing the best they can to try to stop them from coming in across the border from Guatemala. But they're pretty much being overrun there as well. I did have one story from over the weekend, from back on Friday, where on that southern border of Mexico, Mexican authorities Friday found 3 tractor trailers jam-packed with Central Americans trying to cross the border with Guatemala, which is the latest sign they are not hearing the calls from the U.S. government to stay home. What they are hearing, as you heard there at the bottom of the hour news update, the one representative saying they're talking to individuals, whether it's family or friends, someone they know. You see, they're on their smartphone. They're calling and saying, I'm here, I'm being processed, and I'm supposed to be released in blah, 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 however many hours. The whole 72-hour thing for minors, they haven't been able to handle that. But yeah, they're being sent into the heart of the country. If you can get here, if you can get across that border, you're going to get to stay. And believe it or not, Homeland Security actually also admitted over the weekend that they are now releasing individuals into the country without even issuing a court date. Typically, they're processed and they're given a date. You need to show up to court, and a lot of times it's 6 months, it's a year. I mean, at times it's maybe 2 or 3 years down the line before their case will even be heard. But if you don't even give them a court date, Fox News citing multiple Border Patrol agents reporting on the releases, according to the senior source with CBP. Immigrants are being registered into the system with biometric data at a temporary outdoor processing site, foregoing the hours-long paperwork process to issue a notice of appearance in court because it's become so dire, the Border Patrol has no choice but to release people nearly immediately after apprehension. They don't have any space. Donald Trump released a statement this past day slamming the Biden administration, calling for an investigation into what he calls a huge cover-up. We proudly handed the Biden administration the most secure border in history. All they had to do was keep this smooth-running system on autopilot. But no, in the span of a few weeks, the Biden administration has turned a national triumph into a national disaster. They're in way over their heads, and they're taking on water fast. He also called the performance of the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, a national disgrace. And he brought up, as we talked about on Friday morning show, the fact that they've actually got a gag order on border agents and ICE officers. That needs to be the subject of an immediate congressional investigation. They're not letting the media go for ride-alongs. They're not letting anyone see the interior of these detention centers or holding facilities. Mayorkas said on Sunday that, yes, the Biden administration has been expelling adults and families arriving at the southern border, but that the children that are young and vulnerable are not going to be turned away. He failed to give a timeline when they're going to open facilities capable of handling the surge of children. They have over 5,000 unaccompanied children in custody right now. We're working on it. We're working on it. Of course, the Biden administration now taking on heat for restricting access. Even CNN and Fox News calling Mayorkas out for what they're calling a media blackout. He promised transparency, but he's come up far short of that. That even coming from CNN. Chris Wallace on Fox News said, it sounds like an excuse when Mayorkas and Homeland Security said, yeah, we're working on providing some footage. Okay, we're working on getting some doctored up video trying to show that things are all coming up hunky-dory, coming up roses. But back to that southern border where they found 3 tractor trailers jam-packed with Central Americans. Mexican migration agents along with the National Guard police say they stopped trucks early Thursday, part of routine checks, discovering 329 Guatemalans and Hondurans inside, including another 114 unaccompanied minors. This is on the southern border of Mexico, people. Are you hearing the Democrats trying right now to say all this rush were people that, thanks to Donald Trump, were being holed up on the northern side of Mexico, just waiting for the border to open? No, they're not. They're crossing in by the truckload into southern Mexico right now, because as I just explained, the word is spreading like wildfire. If you can get here, you can stay. The trucks were stopped on a highway south of Tuxtla Gutierrez, the capital of the Chiapas state. They were given food and water. The unaccompanied minors were sent to shelters run by the Migration Authority. The adults were taken to nearby offices to begin administrative processing, as they call it. Administrative processing. They're coming in as fast as they can right now. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. We'll get back to your calls. First, let's get top of the hour news update just ahead. I mentioned Miami. The city of Miami Beach has declared a state of emergency over the weekend. They've imposed an 8 p.m. curfew. They're closing bridges at 10 p.m. to non-local traffic as these crowds have overwhelmed the entertainment district when the sun goes down. The mild spring weather, the lower pandemic restrictions than we see in other states, according to Miami Beach's mayor, has brought overwhelming crowds. We're dealing with a level of chaos and disorder, something more than we can endure. The crowds are getting worse with every passing day. During the daytime, it's pretty tame, he said. Visitors are out enjoying the beaches and the hotels, and the restaurants are doing a pretty good job with outdoor dining. But the entertainment district at night becomes a whole different scene. I mean, we're talking like a rock concert, wall-to-wall people over blocks and blocks. Violence has been escalating. Yeah, with someone shooting a weapon into the air, what he described as a riot. The city feels like a tinderbox, like a match could just set the whole thing up. We don't want to wait to take these kind of actions in the wake of tremendous tragedy, so... let me see. You mentioned that Miami Beach made over 900 arrests, 300 of which were felony offenses. And trying to bring control with fights breaking out in the big crowds. Of course, at least half of these people from other states other than Florida. So what's the message to people perhaps maybe thinking of a summer vacation in Florida? We're always going to be one of the best destinations in the world. But right now, if you're coming here because you've been pent up and you want to cut loose, Because you think anything goes, don't come here. We've got extra police everywhere. We're going to arrest people, and we're going to keep order here. If you're coming here to go crazy, go somewhere else. We don't want you. Okay. Well, yeah, the spring breakers, they have been pent up. They're looking to cut loose. That's what it's all about. It's always been that way. That's spring break on any year. All right, with that, we get a news update. Top of the hour has arrived. Coming up, we'll get back to your calls at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is spending millions on hotel rooms as it struggles to deal with the influx of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Axios reporting that the administration has signed an $86 million contract with hotels in Texas and Arizona to house about 1,200 migrants. On Sunday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blamed the Trump administration for the surge of asylum-seeking unaccompanied minors, saying they dismantled the system for asylum claims. But Senator Shelley Moore Capito says the majority of Americans don't care about blame. The West Virginia Republican tells Fox News that migrants keep coming because they believe they'll be able to get into the country.
I think they want this situation to get under control. It is not under control. The word is out in the Northern Triangle countries that you're going to be able to get in and stay and sent into the interior of our country if you make it to the border. We're having children crossing long crossings with, who knows, traffickers where families are paying thousands of dollars.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Federal prosecutors have charged another 24 people in an ongoing voter fraud investigation.
Among those arrested include 2 from Mexico who were accused of illegally voting in the 2016 presidential election. In a list of defendants obtained by the Epoch Times, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina identifies both as aliens. A slew of other defendants from 15 countries were charged with falsely claiming citizenship in order to register to vote. Officials say some also engaged in naturalization fraud and misuse of visas, permits, and other documents relating to voter registration. They face jail time and fines of up to $350,000 if convicted. The charges date back to the fall of 2019, though the cases were just unsealed. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And the upsets continue in the second round of the NCAA tournament. 15th-seeded Oral Roberts' Cinderella run in the tournament will continue as the Golden Eagles downed 7th-seeded Florida 81-78. Becoming just the second 15th seed in tournament history to advance to the Sweet 16. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Some Senate Democrats say the next big legislative push from the Biden administration should be a large infrastructure package, but some Republicans are already wary of any possible legislation. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton told Fox News that he believes any infrastructure bill will be an excuse to push through more unrelated measures.
We have infrastructure needs in Arkansas like every state does, but I suspect, based on what I've heard from my Democratic friends in the Senate, that this bill is not going to be geared towards those needs. It's going to be geared towards big tax increases and implementing something like the Green New Deal.
Representative David Price disagrees. The North Carolina Democrat tells Fox News that he believes there will be a serious attempt at investing in the country's infrastructure.
It's true, both sides have been talking infrastructure for a long time, and I choose to see the positive side of that. Let's assume everybody means it, that they understand that even without the pandemic, we would be needing to big time invest in this country's transportation, in this country's broadband, in our housing needs. By transportation, I mean all modes of transportation. And it's just way, way, way overdue. And as we speak, talks are going on as to what this should look like, what the dimensions of it should be. I'm the Transportation and Housing Chairman on the Appropriations side in the House, and we have moved pretty far along toward figuring out what this should look like.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. People have been having a heyday with the Biden memes after he stumbled up the stairs. I've shared a few of them. I mean, I understand. Ain't none of us getting any younger. But he did stumble up the stairs. You can't help but kind of chuckle, but you got one with Curious George standing further up the stairs, like dropping banana peels, made it look like he tripped on the banana peels. They had one with like Mario Kart, going up the stairs, dropping banana peels, and Joe's stumbling over the banana peels. And then there was the one where they've got Joe Biden on a. We've all seen that commercial where you got the old lady on that sits down in the chairlift thing that goes up the stairway. People that can't climb the stairs anymore. You got Joe Biden sitting on one of those chairlifts to get up on Air Force One. It's just, I know, that's just wrong. I guess one of the best. They've got 3 or 4 of the pictures. Stumble number 1, stumble number 2, stumble number 3, and then Kamala Harris sticking her head around the corner saying, "Is it time yet? Is it that time?" Almost. Oh, me. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Texas police say they have a suspect in custody following a pursuit and an hours-long standoff. Started about 10 o'clock Friday morning when they attempted to pull over a semi-truck hauling a flatbed trailer in Jack County, Texas. Reported as a reckless driver, the suspect refused to stop, led officers on a pursuit through Jack and Archer counties and then into Baylor County, ultimately deploying spike strips to disable the truck, causing it to go off Highway 114. Suspect then refusing to exit the truck, and an hours-long standoff ensued. They attempted to negotiate with the suspect. The bomb squad responded to the scene after the suspect claimed he had a bomb. Taken into custody about 4 o'clock in the afternoon Friday, so all day long. One bystander was able to capture video of part of that pursuit. It's a developing story. It's all under investigation. And one other quick tidbit from the industry headlines from CDL Life. A tractor trailer hauling cases of wine sideswiped an unoccupied state truck after drifting into the breakdown lane along the main turnpike. That was about 9:45 a.m. I guess that was Thursday or Friday. 59-year-old William Harrington of Hartford, Connecticut, was driving the tractor-trailer when he drifted into the breakdown lane. Road workers from the Maine Turnpike Authority had just finished picking up trash along the turnpike there. The driver and a passenger had exited the pickup truck to retrieve the construction signs, leaving the truck parked on the breakdown lane with the lights flashing, when they suddenly heard the sound of the tractor-trailer hitting the rumble strips. Thanks to that noise, the workers were able to safely move to the ditch to avoid the oncoming truck. In other words, it could have been much worse. The tractor-trailer sideswiping the unoccupied truck and overturned in the ditch, spilling the cases of wine, the entire load. Yeah, north lane of I-95 was shut down for most of the day Tuesday due to that crash. One of the 43-year-old Maine Turnpike workers was hit in the leg by flying debris. He was treated at the hospital. Truck driver was treated for minor injuries at a local hospital, issued a court summons on a charge of failure to move over and for apparently an alleged logbook violation there. Some of our industry headlines. And we get back to our calls here on a Monday morning. Is it Bill?
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, is this Bill? Or it says, I don't know, is Ted the Teamster?
Yes, I'm the kilted Teamster.
Okay, what's going on?
Not too much. I just picked up your show on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you were just talking about we got the immigrants coming over in trailer trucks.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, don't you remember about 30 years ago there was this story in the mid 80s there was a story about the immigrants being transported on a truck like that? And don't you remember there was a big lawsuit between Great Dane Trailer and Freightliner trucks over that?
All I know is it's not an uncommon occurrence, and I know when summertime rolls around, it's not uncommon to find where the coyotes will just drop the trailer off with the illegals inside and leave them for dead. And a lot of times they will be dying because they run out of oxygen and it gets 130 degrees in the trailer.
Yeah, I know those trailers get very hot. I know. I know I did my time in them myself, so.
So what part of the country are you checking in from?
I'm checking in from New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay, all right. You just kind
New
of
Jersey.
Just scouring around Facebook and came across the show. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm a semi-retired Teamster.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you found us. Spread the word. Share it with your fellow truck drivers or retired truck drivers.
Sure. And I don't like to say it, but I'm an hour and a half from New York City and an hour and a half from Philadelphia.
Okay.
In between there.
I guess it's better to be in between than in the heart of any of those cities, the way I look at it.
That's right. Oh, I did my time in New York City, and I do not want to go back there again.
Okay, fair enough.
So, I enjoy your show and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate that. Yeah, more people finding us every day. We had touched on, we're spending millions of dollars to put these illegals up in hotel rooms. The update, some families arriving will be housed in hotels under the new program managed by nonprofit organizations, according to those familiar with the plans. So we're moving away from what they call the for-profit detention centers that have been criticized by Democrats and health experts. Endeavors is a San Antonio-based organization. They will oversee what they call family reception sites. at hotels in Texas and Arizona. So the representative that we shared their quote earlier, we literally have turned from, quote, detention centers to reception centers. Welcome in. They are in partnership with other nonprofits. They will initially provide beds in 7 different brand name hotels for families that would be deemed vulnerable when they catch them at the border. The acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement said they had signed a short-term $86.9 million contract with Endeavors for temporary shelters and processing services. The contract providing 1,239 beds and other necessary services, the opening of the reception centers, marking a significant shift by the administration of Joe Biden, moving away from detention of migrant families in the for-profit facilities. Back in January, Biden issued the order directing the Justice Department not to renew their contract with privately operated criminal detention facilities, but they did not address immigration jails run by ICE. Roughly 1,200 are being held in 2 family detention centers in Texas, according to an ICE spokesman. That was as of last Wednesday. A 3rd center in Pennsylvania no longer being used to hold families, but the numbers continue to climb. I mean, like I said, 1,000 crossing the border Friday alone. These hotel sites are set to open in April, where they're going to offer COVID-19 testing, medical care, food services, social workers, and case managers to help with travel and onward destinations, which I guess that means like a bus ticket. Not clear whether they're going to be required to wear ankle bracelets or be subject to any other form of monitoring. The families will arrive at Border Patrol stations and then be sent to the hotel sites to continue their paperwork. They could leave the reception centers as early as 6 hours after arrival if their paperwork is completed and they test negative for COVID-19, and transportation has been arranged. Okay. Biden officials have said migrant families will be expelled to Mexico or their home countries under the Trump-era health order, known as Title 42, but more than half of the 19,000 family members caught at the border in February were not expelled. Many just released into the United States. So there you have. There's the quote from Johnson. Our border is not open. No, the border's not open, but we're spending $86 million on hotel rooms. Endeavors is also going to operate a new 2,000-bed shelter for unaccompanied children in Texas, they say. What next? My. Let's check in with Philip in Florida this morning. Hello there, Philip. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Happy Monday.
Oh, yeah, happy Monday. Hey, you were talking about Miami earlier. You know where our largest amount of cases was when we had them down here? Miami. That whole area down there, Dade County and all that. It got so bad down there that they had to get together. All the cities had to get together to get their plans together so they could keep it under control. Do you remember the governor of Florida passed legislation a few months ago, Steve, about during the BLM problems in Minnesota and Wisconsin that he wasn't going to tolerate any kind of destruction to property or anything like that? Do you remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Miami, the mayor is doing the right thing. He's trying to get it under control before it gets to that point. Because if they wanted to, they could really come in and bring the National Guard in and get those people back out of the way, because it's destruction of property. You know, if you're going to get out there to massive crowds and misfit and tear everything apart, it's the same thing as that ruling with that legislation. And they could do it. I don't think they would do that, but they could probably get the reinforcement if they needed it from the governor. As far as the immigrants go, didn't I just hear on your station just a few moments ago when you had your newscast, they were talking about a situation in North Carolina where they had voter registration fraud. Did you hear that on that?
Yes, I did. Media platform, and will return to posting online here in 2 or 3 months, according to his advisor and spokesman, Jason Miller. Obviously, for years, Trump favored Twitter. He had amassed nearly 90 million followers before the media platform suspended him back in January. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Snapchat, and others also moved to suspend the former president. Meanwhile, Trump hasn't indicated that he would use other social media websites favored by other conservatives such as Gab, MeWe, or Parler. Miller tells Fox News this past day that they expect Trump will return to social media in 2 or 3 months with his own platform that will completely redefine the game and attract tens of millions of users. He did not elaborate or offer a name of what the social media venture might be. But since Twitter suspended his account, the former president has opted to release press statements through advisors and email. For the most part, he's released statements endorsing his favored political candidates for the midterm elections next year. Also in the interview, Miller said Trump still holds a considerable amount of sway in the Republican Party. He's already had over 20 senators, over 50 members of Congress call or make the pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago. He says, pay attention to Georgia. Monday, March the 22nd, that would be today, as there's a big endorsement coming. Now, if I had to venture a guess, I think I had this set aside from last week, never got around to it, but who we looking at in the state of Georgia? I'll just venture a guess. Maybe Sarah Huckabee Sanders, you think? Just last week, Sarah Huckabee Sanders got the endorsement of former Vice President Mike Pence in her Arkansas gubernatorial bid. Pence had put out a statement pledging his full support of Sanders, who he praised as a Christian, a conservative, and a proud Arkansan, who will fight for the people of Arkansas, stand with law enforcement, promote lower taxes, champion school choice, and more. Okay, so now this says Pence's endorsement a day after former President Trump made a surprise appearance at a campaign event for Sanders. In a tweet, included a picture of her and Trump, said it was a great weekend on the campaign trail, a surprise appearance at one of my events by former President Trump. Okay, so it looks like if he's already endorsed her, I don't know what, maybe some of our friends in Georgia, who might be the big endorsement coming up later today there? See, that was the first thing that came to my mind, but I guess if he's already endorsed her, it's got to be something else. Look at 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on with Steve this morning?
Hey, Steve, just heading home from Toledo. How's your Monday going so far?
Not half bad. Off to a good start.
That's good. I think that would be Herschel Walker that he's going to endorse for state senate in Georgia.
Okay.
That's the article I read a couple weeks back, and he's talking about Herschel Walker, he's got a lot of support behind him. They took a poll, I guess, and he's about I think it was 48%. He's going to run against that extremist communist Warnock.
So because I mean, the two Republican seats in the Senate in Georgia got flipped with the January runoff election. So Herschel Walker is going to be going up against one of those two.
Yeah, Warnock, I believe he'll go up against. So I think that's what the announcement is going to be. I was listening to Jason Miller on Fox yesterday morning. His one of his top advisors that he had in the White House, and he was kind of talking about that announcement this morning. But he was also talking about that media platform. Trump's been meeting with a lot of companies. They talked about him starting his own platform with web servers, stuff like that. And it takes a lot of money to do that. Obviously, he's got it. So, it's going to take infrastructure and things like that to, keep companies like Amazon and Google and Facebook and these big tech companies from banning people, So it would give people the right to speak and the right to get the word out. But Trump's statements are pretty detailed. So he says he gets a lot of good hits on those statements. And Fox News has been doing a pretty good job, and especially Newsmax, of getting the president's word out there. But Steve, you've heard the term slip and fall lawyer, right?
Slip and fall lawyer.
Yeah, like a lawyer that just an injury lawyer, how they're scam artists and slip and fall. Well, now we have a slip and fall president. Now it's just amazing, Steve. And you said it's you chuckle over it. You know who's really laughing over it is Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, our enemies. That's who's really laughing about it. They just look at the U.S. right now as being so weak, and they're going to take advantage of that very soon. It's pretty scary. Look what happened at those talks in Alaska. When was that, Thursday or Friday? With the Chinese versus the talking to the Secretary of State.
Yep.
And they just sat there and let the Chinese lecture the United States on human rights and race and this and that, and how we got to get our house in order. They would have never, ever done that to Mike Pompeo. Never. I mean, he would have blasted them and even Rick Grinnell, one of Trump's ambassadors to Germany, he said that guy should have just reamed out China for their human rights violations. He should have got up and walked out of the room, but he didn't do that. He cowered down and bowed down to them. And that's what they want. They told the United States that we are stronger than you. That's basically what that meeting was about. And I just sent you another article. There's 200 Chinese ships in the Philippines right now in their waters, armed with militia. They're supposed to be fishing boats, but they're not.
Oh, yeah?
So, yep. They're on the move, Steve. They're on the move. They know that we're weak with Joe Biden in there. They would never get away with this with Donald Trump. Never. Never, ever would they get away with this with Trump. He put the foot down on them. That's why they hated him. But a couple things I wanted to touch on. You talked about these planes taking these immigrants or illegals, undocumented, whatever you want to call them, to these northern states. Do you remember back when the COVID first started back in January, those planes that were coming in from China?
Yep.
Where did we make them land? I think one spot was a military base in Omaha. Another spot was L.A. There was only like 2 or 3 spots where they would let them land. And then what did they do after that? They had to quarantine.
Correct.
For 14 days.
Yep.
The people that were on those planes. Those governors of those states, Montana, North Dakota, wherever they're sending these people, they should not let those planes land. They should have the authority to say, you know what? We're not taking these people in our community. We're not housing them. They should put their foot down. I hope they do. I mean, there's all kinds of lawsuits against Biden, but It's just crazy what's going on. I'm going to call Dean in the morning, too, when I get home. I'm going to find out how I can avoid paying my federal income taxes from now on. Because this is a joke. It really is a joke. We're spending $88 million on hotel rooms now.
For illegals.
You know, yeah, feed them, clothe them, give them a voter card, like Philip said. It's just a complete disaster. This guy's a complete disaster. Did you see that? Did you get a chance to read that one article I sent you, Steve, about the Arizona recount? Over 2 million votes they're going to start recounting by hand.
I heard somewhere they were going to is that where they used the Dominion voting machines or whatever?
Yep, in what is it, Maricopa County in Phoenix. 2.1 million votes are going to be hand counted and scrutinized for fraud. A little too late, though, I'd say.
I mean, so now
all this stuff should have been done first week of November.
Exactly. We've got Georgia looking at releasing the absentee or the mail-in ballots from Fulton County. Arizona, don't we have? They're looking at maybe something in Michigan as well.
Yep, Michigan as well. There's actually an election coming up in Michigan in one of the counties. I think it's April 4th. They're going to scrap the voting machines, and they're going to count every vote by hand.
Yep.
They've already sent the bill to the legislature. I think I'm echoing here.
Well, in other words, if there something is prompting them to not have confidence in the Dominion voting machines.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, they had more evidence, Steve, with the spikes and all the analytics, all these computer engineers that looked at that. Whatever happened was not normal. I mean, I saw the charts. You know, they went over them. There was something really wrong going on, but unfortunately, it was too, like I said, too little, too late. Just disgusting went on, but I think that they're just trying to, get the house in order for the next election. But if they got all these illegals out there, like Philip brought up, that thing in North Carolina with the fraud, they arrested 24 illegals for their voting that weren't supposed to vote. They arrested them. So, I don't know. It's just crazy what's going on lately.
Kind of makes you want to pull your hair out, don't it? It's just insanity.
Yeah, it really does. It gets more and more depressing every day as you listen to it. Just like that thing that they did Friday in Georgia. Harris, I heard some excerpts of her little speech she gave, how she called America racist. America's always been a racist country. Can you believe that the Vice President of the United States would say that about America? I mean, it's just appalling, shocking. You know how Joe Biden blamed Trump for everything? He blamed him, for his rhetoric and, talking about the Chinese virus. And what about the Spanish flu? What about the German measles? What happened with that when we called it the German measles? We went to war with Germany, didn't we? Back in the 1940s? It's just insane. These left-wing extremists. They're just insane. Anyway, that's about all I got, Steve. Enough of my rant for tonight.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks so much, Steve. And yeah, well, I've got the rest of the story on the Philippines he's talking about, and yeah, looking at all the fishing boats amassed there, and yeah, one northern Michigan county got to count their paper ballots by hand in the May 4th primary. Right now, though, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is spending millions on hotel rooms as it struggles to deal with the influx of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Axios reporting that the administration has signed an $86 million contract with hotels in Texas and Arizona to house about 1,200 migrants. On Sunday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blamed the Trump administration for the surge of asylum-seeking unaccompanied minors, saying they dismantled the system for asylum claims. But Senator Shelley Moore Capito says the majority of Americans don't care about blame. The West Virginia Republican tells Fox News that migrants keep coming because they believe they'll be able to get into the country.
I think they want this situation to get under control. It is not under control. The word is out in the Northern Triangle countries that you're going to be able to get in and stay and sent into the interior of our country if you make it to the border. We're having children crossing long crossings with, who knows, traffickers where families are paying thousands of dollars.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who've agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. All righty, we'll jump back into it here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I guess a big announcement out of Japan that international spectators will not be allowed to enter Japan for the Summer Games. Of course, they got postponed last year, COVID. And pretty much the same reasoning here. Concerns of COVID. Organizers said on Saturday, so this is going to be a drastically, what they say, scaled back event. Some 600,000 Olympic tickets had been purchased by overseas residents. They will be refunded. Another 300,000 tickets had already been purchased for the Paralympic Games. So they're going to refund all those tickets. The Olympic Games postponed last year. Yeah, we all know that. All right. While the outbreak has kind of chilled public opinion toward the event, both organizers and the Prime Minister vowing to press ahead with the Games. The decision on international spectators will ensure safe and secure games for all participants and the Japanese public. That was the statement. People who are involved in the Olympics in some way may be allowed to enter the country, whereas regular visitors will not be able to. So that's where it comes down to. Family members, moms and dads and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters that typically go to watch their family members participate in what could be the event of their lifetime will not be able to watch in person. They'll be like most of us that have to watch via television. I said cost for hotel cancellations will not be covered. Organizers may also consider cutting the number of staff members who will participate in the games. Right now, they're scheduled to go. The scheduled date for the Summer Olympics, technically the 2020 Summer Games, is July the 23rd through August the 8th. So planning to press ahead for the Summer Games in Japan. All right, back to the calls here. What's going on, Gary? How about that big weekend of racing?
Well, we qualified number one. We was the baddest hot rod on the property. The track was really it was kind of tricky. Friday there was very few cars going down, and we zipped down through there like it was just normal. Matter of fact, the track promoters and you guys just make it look too easy, and then the problems occurred. We had electrical gremlin all weekend. We finally got it figured out, but too little, too late. We lost first round. The car wouldn't crank, and then we found the problem. It all stemmed back to a fresh air fan system that originally they made. NHR they made the Pro Mods put a fresh air system in so you got fresh air no matter what. If there was a fire or fumes or anything, you got fresh air.
Yeah.
Well, they had a couple big oil downs, and the guy went in the sand trap, and I stayed in the car, and we had that fan system on. It's not supposed to draw much amperage, and it'll run the one battery down pretty low, and car wouldn't crank because it takes 24 volts to start it. It was down like 15 volts, so it about halfway killed the one battery. Needless to say, that system will not be in my car. I don't care what they say. It's pretty disappointing, but we learned something.
Right.
If it was easy, everybody would do it.
All right.
We go back out. I'll go back down. I'm on my way back up home now, almost to Cincinnati, going north. I go back down. We'll pick the car up Friday morning. I'll go back down Thursday probably during the day.
Well, that's a quick turnaround, huh?
Go to the track Friday. Yeah. I just got some things I got to get done. And it's been so cold at the house, I couldn't do them. Well, I ain't got no choice. I got to go home and do it. I got a whole lot rather stay down there, 70, 75. But I had that cold front come through. But it was cold at the track. It was down in the 40s and 50s, clear down there. And you're down. You're 120 mile below Montgomery. So you're down there where it's supposed to be warm. Heck, it could have snowed at any time. Everybody running around in their racing jackets because they didn't take their jacket with them. People running around in shorts, shivering. It's like, yeah, but you change your wardrobe.
Somebody didn't pay attention to the forecast before they went down to the track.
Yeah, it's like, man, and then the wind was blowing. It was a miserable weather-wise. Yesterday and Saturday, it got halfway decent for a while in the afternoon. It got up like 65, but the sun came out finally and the wind died down. So it wasn't too hateful bad, but all in all, it was a successful weekend. Like I said, it was a full field. There was actually, I think, 18 cars to get in the 16-car field. But we had the hot rod, just unfortunate gremlins, we called. But it was very good, very pleased for the first outing on the car after sitting all winter.
Not bad. Well, I'm glad the season's off to a good start. Yeah, I'm glad the season's off to a good start anyway, and I guess maybe next round everything will be it'll turn over. Nothing like trying to get ready for a race and the damn thing won't crank. All right, I promised we'd get to the story here from Steve brought up the Philippines. The Philippine defense chief yesterday demanding that more than 200 Chinese vessels that he say are manned with militias to leave a South China reef claimed by Manila, saying their presence is a provocation action of militarizing the area. We call on the Chinese to stop this incursion and immediately recall these boats violating our maritime rights and encroaching into our sovereign territory, according to the defense minister. Authorities said the Philippines Coast Guard reporting about 220 vessels believed to be manned by Chinese maritime militia personnel were seen moored at the reef. The foreign minister, when asked whether he would file a diplomatic protest over the boats, told a journalist on Twitter, only if the generals tell me. In my watch, foreign policy is the fist in the iron glove of the armed forces, he said. These vessels, the presence in the areas raising concerns about overfishing and the destruction of the maritime environment, as well as risks to safe navigation. China's foreign ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Calls to the Chinese embassy in Manila seeking comment went unanswered, they say. Yeah, but looking at some of the photographs there, that's pretty wild. Trying times we live in, right? About 9 before the hour. Let me jump over to Mike. I think he wants to talk about the snow in Colorado, and I'm looking at the radar, and you're getting some pretty good snows from Pueblo up to Colorado Springs, on up into Denver, up to Fort Morgan. Good times, huh?
Steve?
Yes, we got you, Mike.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to, that guy that was talking about the weather being bad west out of Denver and hazmat loads up there at the tunnel. They do allow hazmat loads through that tunnel when the weather is bad. If they get up there and Highway 6 is closed up over Loveland Summit, they make the trucks sit there, and they only let trucks go every hour, on the hour. They shut all other traffic off, and the hazmat loads go through, and then they open the tunnel back up, and say if you're 10 minutes late or something, you got to sit there till the top of the hour, and they let you go through again. But in the 90s, when I was in Denver and worked for NW Transport, that's the way they did us anyway.
Okay.
We'd have to sit there till the top of the hour, and then they'd let us go through. And one other quick thing, I can't find it on my phone now. I got 2 smartphones laying here, but one was, a friend of mine was posting a picture of Biden going up the steps to Air Force One, and it's an actual picture of him where he fell, but fact checker put a little gray post on there that Biden actually didn't fall. The reason for it is that the earth shook up and down, and it was all caused by global warming that was Trump's fault.
Yeah.
And if I could mention one other thing quick, it's from clear last fall, but I just got it out of Transport Topics the other day, and maybe you talked about it clear back in August of last year. Midwest Carriers, which is out of Kaukauna, Wisconsin, between Oshkosh and Green Bay up there, they had a truck over in central Virginia that laid over, and the highway patrolman called a wrecker. It was only about probably 40 miles west out of Richmond, but they called a wrecker service Bump Pass Wrecker, which is a little town of Bump Pass, 40 miles up off the interstate. But anyway, they got the truck all set up, and they sent the company a bill for $202,000 to set that truck up. And then the trucking company got their insurance company involved, and they finally settled for $90,000 to set the truck up. And after reading it, it kind of sounds to me like the record company was taking care of the highway patrolman.
Wow.
The way it sounded to me.
I mean, I've heard of overpriced tows and overpriced charges by wrecking companies in the past. There have been numerous lawsuits over the years, but that's unheard of. 200,000. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned the funny memes. Yeah, I saw the one about, he didn't really trip. Biden didn't really trip on the stairs. It was the earth shook. All right. The other one, I thought that one was kind of funny. You got Press Secretary Jen Psaki at the podium saying, you got to understand, we inherited broken stairs from the previous administration. Oh, it's funny. But, I mean, more truth than fiction, because they want to blame everything on old Donald Trump. Another story that was big in the news last week, of course, the shooting at the spas there in Atlanta, Georgia. And the media's, for whatever reason, focus, a relentless focus on it appears to be a hate crime against Asians. When it turns out there was a white man, a white woman, and actually, I believe, one Hispanic man that was shot. In all that, yes, 6 Asian women died. But even the shooter openly admitting what it was all about. And it was nothing about racism or hatred toward Asians or anything like that. And the brother of the white man who was among those killed says that he's very angry at the, as he calls it, the quote, morons in the media who continued to repeatedly suggest that these murders were racially motivated because 6 of them were of Asian descent. The media needs to tell the truth. This is John Michaels, the brother of Paul Michaels, a 54-year-old security systems company owner who was actually servicing a client at the time of the shootings. It really angers me that I have a dead brother in a crime, and they're talking about race. If it were me, I'm very angry at these morons in the media. Police reported that the suspect said there was no racial motivation. He blamed the massage parlors for providing an outlet for his addiction to sex. But again, countless news agencies emphasizing race as the motive for that attack, despite the police statements. John Michael, who said he was addicted to pornography, but overcame it through his Catholic faith, blaming the economic restrictions imposed by government officials for fueling the dramatic increase in consumption of porn that ultimately exacerbated Long's emotional problems. I guess with the time that so many people were cooped up, nothing to do in your home all the time, and this guy apparently just found himself constantly scouring the internet on porn. The gentleman, as he put it, I wouldn't call him a gentleman. The dude who did it was addicted to pornography, which is a widespread epidemic in this country. And actually, since the lockdown has gone off the charts, this is not a hate crime. This is a disturbed young man with psychological issues who needs some help. The guy, the dead man's brother says, I'm actually praying for him. Being Catholic, I've got to forgive him, but I've been praying for him, and the truth needs to come out. But fact is, this was not a hate crime. But the media has to capitalize. They've got to keep that narrative going. All right, we reached the top of the hour. We've got 1 hour yet to come here on a Monday. Get back to your calls just ahead at 844-3388. Jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is spending millions on hotel rooms as it struggles to deal with the influx of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Axios reporting that the administration has signed an $86 million contract with hotels in Texas and Arizona to house about 1,200 migrants. On Sunday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas blamed the Trump administration for the surge of asylum-seeking unaccompanied minors, saying they dismantled the system for asylum claims. But Senator Shelley Moore Capito says the majority of Americans don't care about blame. The West Virginia Republican tells Fox News that migrants keep coming because they believe they'll be able to get into the country.
I think they want this situation to get under control. It is not under control. The word is out in the Northern Triangle countries that you're going to be able to get in and stay and sent into the interior of our country if you make it to the border. We're having children crossing long crossings with, who knows, traffickers where families are paying thousands of dollars.
This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rockstar broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rockstar show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
Federal prosecutors have charged another 24 people in an ongoing voter fraud investigation.
Among those arrested include 2 from Mexico who were accused of illegally voting in the 2016 presidential election. In a list of defendants obtained by the Epoch Times, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina identifies both as aliens. A slew of other defendants from 15 countries were charged with falsely claiming citizenship in order to register to vote. Officials say some also engaged in naturalization fraud and misuse of visas, permits, and other documents relating to voter registration. They face jail time and fines of up to $350,000 if convicted. The charges date back to the fall of 2019, though the cases were just unsealed. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And the upsets continue in the second round of the NCAA tournament. 15th-seeded Oral Roberts' Cinderella run in the tournament will continue as the Golden Eagles downed 7th-seeded Florida 81-78, becoming just the second 15th seed in tournament history to advance to the Sweet 16. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Some Senate Democrats say the next big legislative push from the Biden administration should be a large infrastructure package, but some Republicans are already wary of any possible legislation. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton told Fox News that he believes any infrastructure bill will be an excuse to push through more unrelated measures.
We have infrastructure needs in Arkansas like every state does, but I suspect, based on what I've heard from my Democratic friends in the Senate, that this bill is not going to be geared towards those needs. It's going to be geared towards big tax increases and implementing something like the Green New Deal.
Representative David Price disagrees. The North Carolina Democrat tells Fox News that he believes there will be a serious attempt at investing in the country's infrastructure.
It's true, both sides have been talking infrastructure for a long time, and I choose to see the positive side of that. Let's assume everybody means it, that they understand that even without the pandemic, we would be needing to big time invest in this country's transportation, in this country's broadband, in our housing needs. By transportation, I mean all modes of transportation. And it's just way, way, way overdue. And as we speak, talks are going on as to what this should look like, what the dimensions of it should be. I'm the Transportation and Housing Chairman on the appropriations side in the House, and we have moved pretty far along toward figuring out what this should look like.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it for our final hour here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. A little more on the March Madness coming up. Meanwhile, came across a story over the weekend. Not very surprising to me, but as several Obama-era officials returned to the White House under President Joe Biden, their reunion comes with fuller pockets and deeper ties to corporate interest. According to the financial disclosures, according to ABC News analyst of the most recent disclosure reports, many of Joe Biden's top White House officials, including Chief of Staff Ron Klain, Domestic Policy Council Director Susan Rice, National Economic Council Director Brian Deese, and Coronavirus Response Coordinator Jeff Zients have somehow substantially multiplied their wealth over the past few years. Susan Rice, who is among the wealthiest members of the Biden White House team, dramatically increased her wealth since her previous White House job during the Obama administration, reporting between $36 million and $149 million in various assets in her new disclosure filing released Saturday morning. That, my friends, is nearly 3 to 4 times what she was worth in 2009 when she joined the Obama administration as the ambassador to the United Nations. Back then, she reported total wealth between $13.6 and $40.4 million. And the figure did not increase dramatically when she served as President Obama's national security advisor during his second term. In her most recent filing, Rice reported holding shares worth between $250,000 and $5 million in some major corporations, including Johnson & Johnson, Apple, Microsoft. She also had a significant amount of stock options in Netflix, where she served as a board member and reported earning more than $300,000 from exercising Netflix stock options. In addition, she reported shares in several oil and gas industry companies, including between $1 and $5 million in holdings in the Canadian multinational natural gas distribution company, Enbridge Incorporated. Now remember, she served as the president of her author and speaking business, S.E. Rice, LLC, earned roughly $620,000 from various corporate and academic speaking engagements in the past year, $250,000 in book royalties, with her total income from the past year amounting somewhere between $2 million and $6.7 million. ABC News has not yet obtained Rice's ethics agreement, so it's not clear if she has or will divest from her assets in private companies or recuse herself from matters related to those companies, except for her stock options in Netflix, which she said in her disclosure that she will indeed be divesting of those. But we got no comment from the White House from the request from ABC News. But you often wonder, trying to recall, wasn't Susan Rice the one that kind of handed Hillary Clinton those questions that were going to be asked in the debate against Donald Trump? If memory serves, I wonder what she earned for passing those questions along in advance. It just makes you kind of wonder. Yeah, money's not just falling off on trees. And based on her income, Yeah, you don't grow that kind of wealth. That's just... All right. Hello, Han Solo.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
What's going on, Slow?
Hey, listen to the first whole show, but the first couple hours with Joel was pretty interesting, and Monkey Godger called, and I want to make a comment on something that he had to say. Before I do, though, this immigration disaster that's going on, $88 million for our tax dollars to put these people up in motels. How about this idea? How about all these multimillionaire Hollywood baby liberals who are going to cry that they're going to leave the country if Trump was elected? Well, they voted for Biden. How about they put their money up and put these people up, take them in and house those people? It's the least they could do, right?
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, it's the least.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, we're not going to hear a peep out of them. Anyway, about a little more on the trucking side here. Joel's very knowledgeable, and I really enjoyed listening to him and what he had to offer. These new engines and the drivetrains, everything, the way it's come together is very high tech compared to the way it used to be. And I get that. Monkey Godger really, he kind of squirmed at the idea of when he mentioned a Volvo, and I kind of have that same reaction. But Monkey Godger mentioned he bought his first truck in 1981. I bought my first truck in 1986, and he mentioned he's traded every 3 years. And made that work for him. I do mine a little different. I run older equipment. I'm really old school in my approach to trucking. I guarantee you I have a long stroke, big bore engine that has too fast of piston speed and would be inefficient and all of that. I average 5.5 miles per gallon. And I'm happy with that. Yeah. I got a long hood Kenworth, 1990, E-log exempt. I'm happy with that. But here's the thing. My equipment's paid for. It's been paid for years. I put money back into it. And I'm not a slave to this truck. This truck works for me. I make a nice living. And the other part of the scenario with maybe it's not really talked about. He's talking about all this efficiency and fuel efficiency, 8-9 miles per gallon. But he also mentioned, dropping a price tag of $150,000 to $190,000, per truck. That, I had a Kenworth parts guy tell me once. He said, "You ever go down that road with a truck like that? Don't ever let it get outside of warranty, because if it is, it'll break you." $6,000-7,000 turbochargers. I mean, the cost of those parts are just unbelievable. So I look at the whole picture, and I like the way mine's set up. Someone else, one of your other callers, mentioned that he enjoyed driving his Volvo. He liked it. He didn't need the long hood and all that stuff. He didn't need to look cool. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to kind of clarify, it's not really about looking cool from my perspective, and I think Monkey Godger can, he can either back me up on this or not, I guess. But, in my day starting out, it was about maintaining an image. It was about having, a nice pair of boots, clean pants, a fresh shirt, looking professional and showing up at your shipper, in a truck that looks sharp. And unfortunately, it seems like to me that, and I'm not anti-technology, so don't get me wrong, but there's a direct correlation between the higher the technology and the more automated the equipment, the less skills the drivers seem to have. And we see these guys climbing in and out of trucks now wearing flip-flops and, sweatpants and dirty old shirts and haven't combed their hair in 3 weeks. And this is the image that is portrayed in the industry now. Right. that's why one of the reasons why I don't want a piece of equipment like that is that I don't want to be associated with that image. I like the old school image, and it's just kind of part of who I am. But anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I just thought I'd share it.
All right, fair enough. Hey, to each his own or her own. Yeah, definitely different. And I guess if you're happy with what you got and you're happy with what you're doing, that's the whole idea. Unlike a Chevy guy who right now isn't real happy with the truck he's having to drive, but he's just kind of suffering through it. I think it's a whole lot more enjoyable to be out there on the road if you like your truck and you absolutely. Well, China didn't waste any time. Russia hasn't wasted any time. I saw someone had posted over the weekend that Joe Biden didn't waste any time in pissing off China and pissing off Russia. And Iran has made threats against Fort McNair, the Army post in the U.S. Capitol, and against the Army's Vice Chief of Staff. According to intelligence officials, they said communications intercepted by the NSA showed that Iran's Revolutionary Guard was discussing mounting USS Cole-style attacks against the Army post. That's going back 21 years ago. Remember the USS Cole? Yeah, the suicide attack where the small boat pulled up alongside the naval destroyer in the port in Yemen, exploded, killing 17 sailors. The intelligence also revealed threats to kill General Joseph Martin and plans to infiltrate and surveil the installation, according to these officials. This post is one of the oldest in the country. It is General Martin's official residence. The threats are one reason the Army's been pushing for more security around Fort McNair, they say. It sits alongside Washington's bustling, newly developed waterfront district. City leaders have been fighting the Army's plan to add a buffer zone of about 250 to 500 feet from the shore of the Washington Channel, which would limit access as much as half the width of the busy waterway running parallel to the Potomac River. Pentagon, the National Security Council, and the NSA either did not reply or declined to comment when they were contacted by the Associated Press. But as D.C. officials have fought the enhanced security along the channel, the Army has offered just some vague information about threats to the installation. At a virtual meeting in January to discuss the proposed restrictions, Army Major General Omar Jones, commander of the Military District of Washington, cited what he called credible and specific threats against military leaders who live on the Army post. The only specific security threat he offered was about a swimmer who ended up on the installation and was ultimately arrested, but he said, when it comes to swimmers, I'm not sure. I'm sure that must be rare. Did he know where he was? Maybe he was just swimming and found his way to your shore. According to Eleanor Holmes, who's the sole representative in Congress for that district. And so it's, again, Iran, our friends there in North Korea, right? Supposedly the Biden administration has reached out, they say, a number of times to North Korea or Kim Jong-un. Yeah, Kim ain't got nothing to say. All the progress, all the work, the progress that Donald Trump had made with some of these international relations, it's pretty much going down the toilet very quickly. Hey, good morning to Eagle. What's happening this morning?
Yeah, how you doing? I got some real interesting thing to tell you about tonight, Steve. I thought I would never see this before in the U.S. But this guy Joe Biden, I'm really getting sick of talking about him. He ain't even been president for three months yet. But I remember I made a comment to you last week or the week before. I told you that this idiot is trying to disband the ICE units that go around looking for dangerous suspects, illegal people in the U.S. And I was just joking around when I said this, Steve. I said that I told you I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Biden tried to get rid of the Border Patrol or the Immigration Department. Well, what do you know? It looked like I wasn't joking around when I said that. I told you that I was in California last week, Steve. As I was making my way back over to the east, I drove through Arizona. And I drove through a town called Yuma, Arizona. Yuma, Arizona has a border checkpoint where they stop all vehicles, checking for illegal immigrants, drugs, or anything else. The freeway comes to a stop. All vehicles have to go in, trucks and cars. Well, guess what? Guess what I saw on Friday night when I was in Yuma, Arizona, when I got there 8 o'clock at night? The immigration checkpoint was closed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what I said? A border patrol agency is supposed to be open 24 hours, 7 days a week. This border patrol is literally about a mile or two away from the Mexican border. And Arizona is a hot spot for illegals coming into the U.S. Now, why would a border patrol checkpoint be closed?
They shut them down because all the people that were working at the checkpoints have been rushed down to the border itself.
Yep, that's a damn shame. They got those people babysitting, taking care of all these undocumented kids, and child abusers and rapists and criminals. They doing jobs that now they supposed to do, and it's really embarrassing, Steve. What's going on? A lot of it when I got to Texas, normally they would stop your truck. They got another checkpoint that you have to go through in the state of Texas, in Van Horn, Texas. And guess what? When I got to that checkpoint, that one was open, but they don't even stop the truck. They just let you drive right on through. They wave. They don't ask if you're a U.S. citizen. They don't ask if you got somebody in your truck. They don't ask you nothing. You just drive right on through. So Joe Biden has depleted the Border Patrol agency so much now that they're sending these agents to other areas, or they're short-handed. And believe me, if I know this, I promise you, the drug dealers know it, and the people that's transporting these illegal aliens, they know it too. So, and believe me, they doing their deal right now because they realize what's happening with the U.S. It's completely embarrassing. What Joe Biden is doing is really a shame, Steve. I'm in Dallas, Texas right now, and they still transporting these kids into Dallas, into this arena. Mm-hmm. I forgot what this arena is called in Dallas, but they're still transporting these kids to this arena. And now you're talking about this enormous hotel bill that the American people are going to be stuck with, because they're putting these people in hotel rooms, and then they might even. And see what they're strategically doing, Steve. You know that now they're talking about relocating these people to the northern states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. It wasn't enough just to leave them in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, California. That wasn't good enough for Joe Biden and his people. Now they want to ship them up to the north. You might see them up there in Ohio and Michigan, where you at next, Steve. Don't think Joe Biden forgot about you.
I think he'll send them anywhere. Sounds like, someone mentioned it. Kind of sounds like you mentioned states that it sounds like a lot of red states. I don't know. Is he looking to send them in there so he can turn those red states to blue states?
Yeah, well, I think that's what they're doing, Steve. I've never seen a situation like this. the guy who works for him, I don't know what this guy's name is. He has a bald head. He was on TV today telling people that the border is closed. The border is not closed. He's saying, stay where you at, stay in your home until we can get things better. He didn't say that we didn't want to deter you enough. He said, stay in your homes until we can make the process better. We can figure out where to put you when you get here. That's basically what he said. Like I say, instead of doing like Donald Trump, and they got the nerve, that press secretary, they got the nerve to say that Donald Trump destroyed the immigration in America. Donald Trump didn't destroy anything. He built it up. Joe Biden and his people are the ones that's destroying it day by day. Donald Trump, we didn't have no caravans coming to the U.S. when Trump was in the White House. We wasn't paying us no enormous hotel bills. But like I said, they're trying to pass the buck to Donald Trump. But anybody in their right mind know who's the real immigration destroyer, and that's Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, Eagle, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Yeah, it's crazy times. Yeah. And I think I stand, let me see here, heat wave. I was thinking it was Susan Rice that had shared those questions. He said it was Donna Brazil. All right, thanks for refreshing my memory there, Heatwave. Yeah, Donna Brazil. So where did Susan Rice get all that money? Well, isn't that pretty much what we say about members of Congress, House members, Senate members? Anyway, they come in, job making whatever it is. I don't even. What are they making? $140,000 a year, $170,000 a year, whatever it is. But 4 years after going to D.C., they're worth millions of dollars more than they were when they arrived in D.C. They've got some sort of a magic trick that they're not sharing with us. Wish I knew how to do that. Well, supposedly some of the fencing around the Capitol came down over the weekend. The outer perimeter, as they're referring to it. The inner layer of fencing is going to stay around the Capitol Square. Supposedly, while the architect of the Capitol makes security repairs to the building, Capitol Police reported, quote, there does not exist a known credible threat against Congress or the Capitol complex that warrants this temporary security fencing remaining in place. So they began scaling back the fencing last week. As of Friday, the razor wire had been removed from both outer and inner fences, and the outer fencing was later removed closer to the Capitol, but that was supposed to be coming down over the weekend. Hard perimeter of fencing, of course, went up on January the 7th, the day after the demonstrations there. The National Guard, all right, they're drawing down troops as well from nearly 5,000 to now 2,280. And that number's authorized through May the 23rd. They do say the Guard will continue to maintain a presence to support the increased security posture, although their presence has been modified for a reduced perimeter, as they called it. So there you go. Rolling towards news break. We'll get the very latest here and come back as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden said Sunday that he plans on visiting the southern border at some point as border authorities struggle to deal with an historic number of illegal crossings into the United States. Biden took questions from reporters as he returned to the White House, saying that his administration could do more to get the message to migrants not to leave their home countries.
Are you thinking of going to the border?
At some point I will, yes.
Do you want to see firsthand what's going on in those facilities?
I know what's going on in those facilities.
President, why do you think the message to the migrants telling them to stay home, just don't come now, why do you think that hasn't resonated yet? What more can be done, sir?
Well, a lot more. We're in the process of doing it now, including making sure that we reestablish what existed before, which was they can stay in place and make their case from their home countries.
This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a little bit earlier, Steve brought up the friction between the United States and China. Well, hell yeah. Trump pretty much laid down the law, right? He did not back down from China. Well, some have accused Joe Biden of being China's puppet. Yeah, how much of a puppet is he? Katie McFarland over the weekend says, you know what, we're waking up to the fact of a China Cold War. A Cold War with the United States, and this has been for decades. But after the meetings last week in Anchorage between the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, and the Chinese Communist Party Foreign Affairs Chief, Yang Jiechi, and the delegation, we're now finally waking up to the fact. The Chinese came to the meeting and they laid down the law, she says. They told them, this is what we expect. This is what we want you to do, America. This is not open for negotiation. And we'll talk to your negotiators about the other things. But they pretty much just said, hey, this is it. McFarland also said that what happened at the meeting should probably have been expected. They called out China, kind of trash-talking China before the meeting. So, of course, the Chinese were going to trash-talk them right back. I mean, the animosity is right out there, wide open. But right out of the box, the meetings opened last Thursday, and Blinken and Yang took aim at each other's country's policies. Blinken said the Biden administration's united with its allies in their push against Chinese authoritarianism. Yang immediately pushed back, slamming the United States and accusing Washington of hypocrisy for its critiques of Beijing on several issues, including the issue of Hong Kong and Taiwan, the cyber attacks on the United States, the economic coercion of U.S. allies. Blinken said these are not merely internal matters, and that's why we feel an obligation to raise these issues today. Yang said the U.S. pushing its own version of democracy at a time when they've failed with their own human rights problems. He also accused Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and other U.S. officials of being condescending. McFarland pointed out these same Chinese officials said similar things when meeting with Trump administration in the earlier days, but Trump responded by opening a dialogue with Taiwan. But in this case, the Chinese pretty much owned the meeting. They wanted to come out swinging, looking tough. The U.S. did, but what they did not expect was the Chinese were going to swing right back. The Chinese also believe that America is declining. They believe the 21st century belongs to China. They think U.S. democracy is dysfunctional, and the only way forward is for countries to adopt a Chinese model of authoritarian government and the end of state capitalism. Well, hell yeah, they're pushing. They're still a communist country. Yeah, I don't believe, last I checked, the communists have ever taken back the threat to take over the world without firing a shot, to take over the United States without ever firing a shot. And she said, you're not going to convince the Chinese otherwise. All right. Tough times. Hey, back to the calls here. There's old Knucklebuster on a Monday. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I read there's an 11-acre island on an auction sale up in Scotland for the starting bid is $111,700. I may want to start bidding on that and just move there, right?
Maybe.
As bad as things are getting, yeah. I read this Tennessee man, he lost a lottery ticket, Steve, that was worth $1,178,746. He was sweating bullets, buddy, but he finally found it back in the parking lot at O'Reilly's Auto Parts where he had been earlier in the day. And somebody had just stepped over it there, and he finally reached down and picked it up, all right? The 1 in 5 tickets have been sold in this month in Tennessee. I might want to go over there and buy me a ticket over there too, there, right?
You might want to do that. Yeah, they're on a roll.
I know that's right. Well, you know, I got that COVID shot last Friday in my right arm there. It didn't hurt too bad. It swelled up a little bit. I felt a little fatigued Saturday, but other than that, I'm okay. But that shot, I had to go back in on Saturday and get in my right buttock. That's the one that about killed me. $700 for a new cell phone there. My old one turned into a brick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, and then they wanted me to carry them out to eat, and then they wanted me to carry them shopping. I need a new job, see. Shoot, I read there was a fireball asteroid that flew by Earth at 77,000 miles an hour and was 1.25 million miles away. How the hell do they know all that, Stephen? We ain't got a radar gun that'll register that, do we?
Oh, yeah, that was the big asteroid that passed by yesterday, right?
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, on the trucking side there, John Snyder, that guy that played in the Dukes of Hazzard, he's putting out a trucking-inspired album called Truck On.
Mm-hmm.
One of the songs on it is Born at a Truck Stop. That'd be as bad as being about born on a Greyhound bus, wouldn't it?
Right.
The sales of it, part of the sales of it are going to St. Christopher's Truckers Funds. I done forgot the big long name of it. So, I mean, I thought that was a pretty good thing. Part of it, he didn't say what part of it. He may only give $1. I don't know. But anyway, that's all of my old baloney for this morning. I'm down here doing the San Antonio stroll. Y'all have a good morning, Mr. Steve.
All right, I got you. Thank you very much there, Knucklebuster. I'm looking at, let me see here. This is from, what website is that? CNET. I guess we got another flyby. Unless some of these reports were off. Really, a particularly big asteroid will pass by the Earth particularly close Monday night, it says. And it will be streamed live online. Don't worry, it will be completely safe. No risk to anyone on Earth or any of our satellites. This would be asteroid 2021 EQ3. And it's going to be passing by closer than our lone natural satellite, a.k.a. the moon. Sky surveys and other telescopes spot a space rock passing closer than the moon every few days on average, apparently. Most of these are just a few meters across. Yeah, nothing, no larger than a bus. But asteroid 2021 EQ3 could have a diameter up to 125 feet. making it more like the size of a small apartment building. Oh, okay, that's about the same size as the one that slammed in the atmosphere over Russia back in 2013. Remember that? The shock wave that blew out thousands of windows, injured hundreds of people. This is supposed to pass closest at roughly 9:45 p.m. Pacific time Monday night, at a distance of about 173,000 miles. It's about 72% of the distance from the Earth to the moon. So that would make this satellite the second largest object to come closer than the moon this year. Now, the other one was an absolute monster with a diameter of about a mile. Okay, I think that's the one that passed by yesterday, right? Yep, passed by March the 21st, yesterday. That one was about 5 times further away than the moon, so much, much further away. But yeah, a mile in diameter. That would leave a mark, wouldn't it? So 2 such pass-bys in 2 days. Hey, welcome back, Chevy Guy.
How you doing? Yeah, absolutely. That's China's story. Hey, China's getting what they paid for. They paid for this president, so they're gonna make sure they get every dime worth that they paid him. Now, I know you go through this. I've read some of the guys that attack your posts. There's a young lady, Caitlin Bennett. I hit like in a comment on a few things that she does. She's pro-life, pro-gun. She goes to college. She's a young girl. Goes to these colleges and lets college students try to explain why they hated Trump or why they're against gun. It shows a total lack of understanding of even why they're there or why they exist or why they're protesting. And they make fools of themselves trying to push it. And I've had them, I'll hit like on the page or comment, and they'll come back to me and they'll make a nasty comment over what I said. And I'm learning to do something before I go commenting back on these people, especially these girls. I'll go to their page and I'll look. They all seem to be young women, and they're absolutely angry at the world. It's vile hatred coming off of their pages, and yet they turn around and try to say us conservatives are hateful.
Right.
I'm sorry, but I'm just, you go to my page, you're going to hear positive stuff, great things. I'm going to, I don't leave a perfect life, none of us do, but at the same time, I know I'm coming into your house with my post. I'm going to give my best foot forward. I'm going to be thankful. I'm going to talk about the good things. And I'm not going to spread your dirty laundry. I'm not going to spread my dirty laundry. But my goodness, some of the vile hatredness over conservatives, and spend less time spewing hate against people that want to have a firearm, and put out reasons, put out numbers, and then deal with the numbers of the people that have saved their family, or women that saved their children by having a firearm and never even use it, but the fact she had it, they lived. The intruder leaves. It's amazing. And most of these girls that I've looked at, they're college students, I assume.
Yeah.
It's amazing some of the stuff they support. Save the whales, the whole 9 yards. These young people coming up, they're so narrow-minded, fixed in their way, and it's just terrifying what's being taught to them. I hope thank God for you, Miss Ben, to get out there and put up with this. It's I don't think I could handle being attacked every day for just every little thought I had. But the fact is, you've got the evidence. It makes you better because you put out the facts, because you're going to end up having to defend it. And
I made a comment on it about the fact that all 7 that died on the 6th were Trump supporters. And I kid you not, that I got this woman just throwed out, laugh at me for whatever. But the fact is the fact. All 7 were Trump supporters. And the only one that, the lady that, there might be a asterisk there because there might have been Antifa in that crowd. But I also made mention that conservatives need to worry about liberals more than liberals for conservatives, for the very fact that conservatives have been getting shot and killed over the last 4 years. I mean, think about it. They did a play that showed Donald Trump being murdered, beheaded. Give me a break. Before that, they made an issue about Obama being strung up. That was that church that vile church that that puts out all that hateful stuff about gays and all this stuff. But even before then, and then they try to tack that on to conservatives, and that's not a fact. But you go on back, and even if you remember, they had video of them shooting and assassinating George Bush. My goodness, and now they're going to make it so you can't even say anything negative. You can't say. They got a man in jail. He wasn't even he didn't pass the gate, and they arrested him because he was there. He had, they have evidence that he was there. They went to Florida. They raided his home, took him, put him in jail, and denying him bail. And they're going to try to charge him with insurrection. Give me a break. There's no evidence he crossed that line. His neighbor said he never crossed the line. Mm-hmm. But my goodness, they're trying to make it so we're terrified to speak up for our conservative values. And it's just amazing that what they got away with, they're going to try to keep us from freely speaking. And ain't nobody, like I've said in the past, ain't nobody that crossed that gate line. All they did was stab our President Trump in the back. In the 4 years he did work for us, they stabbed him in the back. But at least I want to hear somebody say now on the border where they closed the border, somebody needs to say Trump was right. So, sit back. There ain't nothing we can do next for a couple of years here. But let's just sit back and watch these guys. Now that they got it, let's see what they do with it. Other than that, obviously China's going to have their way with us. So maybe by the time they kick the U.S. Navy out of the China Sea, and maybe we'll save some money. And they already have a bigger Navy than we got. So just can't get upset. You can't get angry.
I don't know if it's bigger or not. I know they're working on it. Something about they're going to have 3 aircraft carriers in short order. We're way over that, but they are growing rapidly. Now, as far as a standing army, what the hell do they have? Several million? Big time numbers. I spoke to Sylvester there in the land down under, just on a couple of comments on Facebook a week or so ago. And I don't know. I guess maybe he got his phone bill or whatever from calling in from the land down under. I'm assuming he must not have the international calling plan. He said, man, it's really expensive to call in on the show. So only on occasion is he going to be able to call in. But I came across the story over the weekend out of New South Wales, the land down under. They've dealt with drought. They've dealt with the fires, the COVID-19, the all-consuming plague of mice is the current challenge. Rural New South Wales has faced just about every biblical challenge nature has to offer in the last few years. but they're actually praying for another, according to this report, an almighty flood to drown the mice in their burrows and cleanse the blighted land of the rodents, or at least some very heavy rain anyway. Apparently, every one of the rural towns of northwest NSW, New South Wales, and southern Queensland has their own mouse war story. In posts online, they detail waking up to mouse droppings on their pillows or watching the ground move at night as hundreds of thousands of mice flee the flashlight beams. The stores are sold out of traps, they say. The story of Nav Singh, who arrives 5 hours early to go to work at the 5-star supermarket to clean up after the uninvited vermin visitors. We don't want to go inside in the morning sometimes. It stinks. They will die, and it's impossible to find all the bodies. Some nights we're catching 400 or 500 mice, he says. Before opening, we have to empty all the traps in the store, sweep up the droppings, and throw out any product that the mice may have gotten into. We've got 5 or 6 bins every week filled with groceries that we're having to throw out. The family-run business has had to drastically reduce stock, put whatever they can in thick containers, use empty refrigerators to store the rest. Nothing in the store is safe, with mice chewing their way into plastic soft drink bottles. They were running around faster after that. So what gives? After years of drought, New South Wales and parts of Queensland enjoyed a bumper crop due to the recent wet season, apparently. This influx of new produce and grains has led to an explosion in the mouse populations. Locals say that they started noticing the swarms up north back in October, and now the wave of rodents spreading south ever since, growing to what they call biblical proportions. Singh estimates the plague has cost his business upward to $30,000. Don't know how much longer they're going to be able to stay in business. It's been going on for 3 months now. Locals say the plague has affected people's daily lives so much that what would be the usual conversation on any given day has changed from a comment on whether to comparing how many mice they've caught the previous night. Wow. They stink whether they're alive or dead. You can't get rid of the smell. It's oppressive. How about that? A biblical proportion of mice in New South Wales. Next time Sylvester able to call in, he'll have to give us an update on that, because I'm pretty sure, isn't he in New South Wales? I thought he was. All righty there. Well, he just sent me a message. I guess he's actually listening. All right. Good morning, Sylvester. I just wanted to show you the latest from the apocalypse that's continuing down here in Australia. These are spiders. Oh my gosh. With the floods. I'll have to see if I can copy and paste that. I don't like spiders. You won't find me walking around out there. All right, we wrap things up on a Monday. Great show. Thanks for being with us. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight in the Eastern Time Zone. We'll do it all over again. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but